Make a
Hi
start.
guys, can
and
somebody
we can
give
hear
me a
Roger.
wave?
Morning, Roger. Can
Goody
hear you
good,
online.
thank you. Yeah, my video won't go for some reason this morning.
That's okay.
He did very well yesterday. It was 4 o'clock in the morning when we signed off.
Yeah, I tried to go to sleep, but impossible.
Okay, let's make a start, everybody. Zoe, can you please push the golden button? We're on live. Okay. All right, everybody. First of all, a very good morning to you all. We will hand over to Dale Marie for our karakia, please.
Tēnā tātou, ko tēnei te wiki o te reo Kuki Airani. So today I'm going to do a Cook Island prayer because it's the language week this week. So kia ora nā tātou. Pure a te atu, e tō matua i te ao rā, kia tapu tāau ingoa, kia te ao pā salea, kia akonea ia tāau anō i te enua nei, mei tei, te ao katoa ana, o mai i te kai i tai ai, ia matau i taia nei rea, e aka kore mai i tā matau, ara mei a matau i ara kore. I tātai, ara ia matau nei araku, aruka, e aka ruke ia matau kia tamatia ia mai, e aka ora rā ia matau mei te kino. Nau oki te pā silea, e te mana, e te kaka, e tua tau ua atu, āmene. Kia orana katoa katoa. Tēnā tātou.
Beautifully done. Thank you, Dale Marie. Look, before we start into it and start our agenda, just a couple of things. First of all, just acknowledging the local Waipa residents who are doing exceptionally well at the Olympic Games, of course, over in Paris at the moment. The rowing, between the rowing and the cycling this morning, of course, we've had some extraordinary success, and there's more to come with canoeing that starts today as well. So I just want to acknowledge that, and fantastic as well. Function at the Velodrome on the weekend to Lisa and the team. I thought that was well done. A lot of us around the table here were in attendance as well, so it was a good day. Lastly, just a big congratulations to Mahe Drysdale, who of course is a local Waipa resident, now new mayor of Tauranga, sworn in on Friday. So yeah, big congratulations. It's amazing how people, move in different spaces. So yeah, Claire.
I've got another congratulations to a former Pirongia Ward resident. Yeah, Katie Trigg, she won the Lexus song contest on Saturday night.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Supreme Award. Yeah, so really thrilled for her.
And I've heard her.
I think she lives in Hamilton now, but yeah,
yes.
Grew up at Nahanapuri.
Yes, and she's a favourite of mine actually. So I know the Lions Club have used her on many occasions. So yeah, it's fantastic. Lots of success all around. So home of champions, of course, Waipa, it's what we're known for. All right, everybody, we'll head into our agenda for this morning. So first of all, apologies. We do have an apology from Andrew Brown, not feeling well due to illness. So can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Bruce. All in favour? Carried. Disclosures of members' interest this morning. Do we have any? Marcus?
Item 7, since I'm the Deputy Chair of the Licensing Committee.
Okay, Licensing Committee. Thank you, Marcus. Any other disclosures? Lou?
I'm actually involved with the RSA, so Andy project up, so we'll do so.
For item 7 as well? No problem, thank you. Any others? No? Okay, we'll move on now to our late items. Any this morning? No late items. Right, we'll have a resolution, please, for the confirmation of order of the meeting. Mike Pettit is going to move that. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Philip. All in favour? Carried. All right, we'll move into our minutes. First of all, confirmation of minutes on the 20th and 21st of May. Everyone happy with those? Any changes, amendments? Otherwise, we'll ask for a move and a seconder. Claire?
Yeah, it's just that Hayden Westerby's name was misspelt on page 11 of the agenda, but I don't know if that was those particular minutes or which minutes they occur in.
Okay, we'll check that as for a typo error if the incorrect will.
Yeah, it's Westerby, not. I think he's down as Westbury. Yeah, that's
okay. Thank you, Claire. Are there any other amendments? Otherwise, ask for a move and a seconder. I think Dale Moran, saw your hand go up, so you're happy to move, and Philip's happy to second. All in favour? Carried. Right, our next recommendation is the confirmation of the open minutes on the 5th of June and of course the public excluded minutes on the 5th of June, circulated separately. Any changes, queries around those? Otherwise, I'll ask for a move and a seconder, please. Claire's happy to move. Philip's happy to second. All in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, I think that is most of our admin out the way this morning. So we're going to move on to our first item, which is as Mika talked about, the trifecta, which I thought was very, very well mentioned. So this morning, what we are doing is we're looking at our draft local alcohol policy, our control bylaw, and our draft alcohol fees for consultation. So I'm going to hand over to you and you can lead us through that. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Liz. Kia ora koutou. Yes, so I take the report as read. Today we're seeking approval for consultation for the local alcohol policy, alcohol control bylaw, and alcohol fees bylaw. The draft alcohol control bylaw, which deals with alcohol consumption in public places, and the draft alcohol fees bylaw, which deals with processing costs, monitoring costs of alcohol licenses, were approved at the strategic planning and policy meeting on 5th of June. The draft local alcohol policy, last time you saw that was in a workshop on the 7th of May. And since then there has been a couple of tweaks that's coming from feedback from yourselves and also a bit of extra information that we got regarding how the policy will be implemented. So just a couple of the more substantial changes is the trading hours for off license remain at the current hours of 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. The removal of discretionary conditions relating to trading hours near schools and early childcare facilities, and the display of alcohol in shops for off licenses. Is an addition of a condition, addition that the district licensing committee has discretion for off license premises that are greater than 40 metres and less than 10 metres from sensitive facilities. And the clarification throughout, just to ensure that how the policy is interpreted and how it's implemented is what we intended. So just adding a bit of clarification in basically. And that is the substantial changes, but I did send you that track changes document as well, just so you could see. Any questions?
And thank you for those track changes. That was very helpful. Okay, are there any questions around the table? Claire.
Yeah, thanks, Mika. It's congratulations on getting this far. Yeah, it's been quite a journey, but I'm pretty comfortable with all of the documents as they stand. I was just wondering whether or not in the statement of proposal, there could be a bit more information on what is a one-way door policy. On page 46, it talks about a one-way door policy, but in the actual statement of proposal, it doesn't say what it is. That's all. Yeah. So I just thought it might be good to have a bit more information, about that. Yeah.
And just on that, like I totally get where you're coming from. It's just quite a dense document already. A little bit tentative to add more information to it, but we'll see if we can maybe sneak in a sentence there. Yeah, it's been one of those things that you want people to understand what it is. It's quite complex, but you don't want to overload them with. But I take that on board.
I mean, I did actually want to congratulate people for the wording of it actually, whether it was you or Lisa or something, but the way it's worded, I did find it really easy to follow. Yeah, it's a really nice tone, and so well done on that point as well. And just another brief clarification with the fees on page 53, just in the sort of ultimate long-term setting of the fees, that it's intended to have the annual fee exceed the application fee, because that's what's going to happen in the longer term. So that if you have a look at that column on the extreme right, you'll see that you'll have annual fees will be, it's for the higher risk ones or higher resourced ones. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's-
I'll
it just seemed to
have
be a bit
another
strange,
look at
yeah.
that. I'm not very good at doing maths on the fly, so.
That's okay. I mean, I
yeah.
think, you know, we're going out for consultation, so it'd be
Yeah,
really
yeah.
good to understand, you know, where our general public sit on all of these policies, bylaws anyway, and
Yeah.
perhaps that can be captured if there's any amendments to be made through that consultation and final.
Double check that we did do the maths right there.
Yeah, well, it's just at the moment for a very high entity, the proposed fee for the application would be 1,785, but the annual fee would be 2,120. Yeah, so, yeah, because I presume you do the one application fee and then after that it's just annual fees. Yeah, so, yeah.
I think it does change a little bit. Maybe
Oh.
Carl can help with that, but
Yeah.
it's the first time you apply versus
Yeah,
if you apply again later.
Yeah, yeah.
There's something not quite
Okay.
annual about it, yeah.
yeah, okay, no, thanks, but. apart
But
from
yeah,
that, happy.
we'll have a closer look at that.
Thank you.
Any other questions with Bruce?
Mika, just a simple one for you, I hope. A class 1 restaurant or class 1 club, what's the difference between, what's a class 1 mean?
It's set out in the sale and supply of alcohol regulations. Class 1 club is in the most simple form, basically a club that exceeds 1,000 members. So in Waipa, it's only really the RSA, I think, that falls under that. And a class 1 restaurant is where it operates as a tavern, separate bar area in the sports club. Okay, so RSA and sports club.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other queries? No? Okay, so this document will go out for public consultation and we will no doubt hear from a number of our residents. I have found in the past, this particular subject does gather a lot of interest. In particular, I've seen numerous Facebook posts and things over the last few years around you know, issues related to alcohol. And I think that our draft actually has been excellent in addressing a lot of the concerns. I think that we've made some really great changes, but this is just a starting point and our public will now have their say as to how they feel around this draft document. So Mika, thank you for all the work. I know this has been an incredible journey and we really appreciate the easy to read document that's now sitting out there and look forward to public comments on it. So with that said, on page 32 and 33, we've got a recommendation A through to F. If there's no other queries, move in a seconder, please. Dale Marie's happy to move. Monty's happy to second. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Excellent. Thanks, everybody. We will look forward to your return and the comments that our general public will be making. All right, everybody, we're going to move on to our next item. We're going to skip all the way to page 348. We're going to welcome David, who I'm sure is here. The adoption of the updated 2024 Future Proof Strategy. Good morning, David.
Morning, Madam Chair. Kia ora tātou. Yeah, the purpose of this report is to request you consider and adopt the updated future-proof strategy. And just, I'll ask that the report be taken as read. Just to highlight, this is not a substantive content update. As mentioned in the report, it's really, the focus has been to make sure that Future Proof complies with the National Policy Statement on Urban Development Requirements for a Future Development Strategy, so that we didn't have to rewrite Future Proof as to meet the requirements of the NPS, that it tweaks Future Proof and enables us to accept Future Proof as our legally required FDS, our Future Development Strategy. So what that means in effect is that it's a technical update. There's no changes to things like the settlement pattern, the implications for Waipa, there's no change in terms of, I had a question, does this mean we have to update or make changes to district plan and things like that? No, not at this stage. So the focus is really about making sure that it meets the technical requirements of the MPSUD. The other big change is Mata Mata Piako has been incorporated into Future-Proof, and that wasn't as easy as it may have been, just given where Mata Mata Piako is at with its growth strategies and things like that. It's not entirely been straightforward, but I think we can be happy with where we're at right now. Also, just to mention, in terms of meeting the requirements of the MPSUD, we have to review this every 3 years. 3 years comes by, as we know, with the LTPs really, really quickly. So we kind of no sooner finished this and we're starting again, kind of thing. And the next review will probably be a lot more substantive given changes in government policy and likely legislation changes too. And that's enough from me. Any questions?
Thank you, David. Okay, questions. Claire?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, David. Yeah, I do see the future-proof strategy is a pretty important strategic document.
Yep.
And the questions I have were really around the classification that's applied to, you know, areas where you're not going to have development, you know, Waihi Toitu and then Waihi Toi Ora, because it's said in the documents that a change is Class 1 soils have been added to that first, you know, no development, Waihi Toitu, and Class 2 and 3 soils have been added to ones where there's constraints, Waihi Toi Ora, okay? They aren't shown on the map that's on page 49 of Part B of the strategy, but I'm really concerned because, one, it doesn't show the extent of those constraints and, you know, areas where we don't want development to occur. For Waipa, I understand they're pretty extensive. In fact, I had a look at the soil maps and they do look really extensive. And I thought that the maps should show that. Yeah, so I'm concerned the maps haven't been updated.
No.
No.
That is a good observation. Yes. In terms of the meeting the requirements for another national policy statement on highly productive soils, land, we are now obligated to make sure that those soils are protected from land use that's inappropriate. Where we have a potential clash, as we've talked around this chamber previously, is with the National Policy for Urban Development, or on urban development rather, that requires us to plan ahead for urban growth. That's our growth cells. Now, we know, I think I've mentioned this previously, all around Cambridge are Class 1 soils. So all those growth cells are in Class 1 soils. Now, in terms of the national policy statements, one is requiring us to plan ahead for 30 years of growth, but the NPS for highly productive land only requires 10 years to be kind of made clear. So it does raise the issue that growth cells that are long-term, we might have to go through quite a lot of additional work to get them through. Now, we are aware that the new government's policy directions are indicating that that might change. Yeah.
That's
Sorry,
right.
long answer to your question.
Yeah. So they're not going to be updated at the moment, or they will, the maps?
Yes, so sorry, back to your original question about updating the maps.
Yeah.
Those maps I would treat as indicative. The regional council is still in the process of mapping highly productive land, so that's not been final. So those maps are only indicative at this stage.
Okay. And I did find a few other typos, which I'm happy to
Yeah,
send through to you,
yeah,
like, for
thank you.
instance, it says that you're going to create urban environments that support greenhouse gas emissions, which I think should also have reduction after it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And Rukahia is also spelt incorrectly. on
Thank
my
you.
map, so I'll send that through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Appreciate that. Any other queries on this item? No, and look, I just, couple of comments from myself, obviously. I did sit on the panel. We had 49 submissions and 33 submitted in person. What's really great, of course, is the inclusion now of Matamata Piako as part of the Future Proof partnership. So by including them, of course, we had a number of submitters and got to understand a little bit more around what development is occurring in that particular district. Prior to that, I didn't really have a lot of oversight or knowledge, but their district is growing as well, and developers are certainly looking at Matamata Piako as opportunities, and obviously they're right next door. So it's good to have oversight in that space. So look, overall, I think the updates, the strategy is looking great and we're in good shape. And yeah, we've got a recommendation here on page 348, A and B. If everyone is happy, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder, please. Thank you, Mike Pettit, and Marcus is happy to second. So all in favour?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Sure.
Thank you, David, for that. That was great. All right, everyone, we'll move on to page 355, our amendment to our fees and charges. Rightio, Melissa and Melanie, welcome. Nice to have you both here. We are back on fees and charges. This might be the last time though, right? So just a couple of little tweaks I see, so I will hand over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora, everyone. I'd like to take this report as read, highlighting a few key points. So the purpose of this report is to seek approval to amend the current schedule of fees and charges. The current schedule of fees and charges was adopted at the May 20 SPNP. And since then, a few minor changes have been identified by staff that we would like you to consider to amend the schedule. So the first one is on page 364 of the agenda related to building consent fees. As of July 1st, MB increased their building levy fees from their levy threshold from 20,444 to 65,000. So staff are recommending that we update the schedule just so that we're in line with the current NB document. The second change that we would like to address is on page 371 of the agenda. That's related to the dog registration and impounding fees section of the schedule. Currently, 3 of the outlined fees in the sundry items category, the slip leads and the doggy do bags, currently say that the fees will be at the actual cost. So it's not giving the specific cost, and that staff originally thought that that would make the most sense to give flexibility for changes in costs. Then it was realized that actually let's just have a set cost. If we don't, that's going to cause administrative challenges as well as confusion with our community. So we have run this through legal counsel, and these changes don't require further consultation. So we are asking that you recommend these changes, and happy to take questions.
Lovely, thank you for that. Any queries? Bill?
Kia ora koutou. I just, on page 4 of the 5, it talks about there being no impact on mana whenua or iwi, but the building consent thing will have an impact because we're still waiting to get the plan rule change in regards to Papakainga through. So, yeah, so we've been on this waka for a very, very long time with the district council. And this is, you know, once this goes out into the community that Donna Marie and I, Dale Marie and I represent, knowing that these charges are being increased, well, we've been waiting for this to happen. I'm not sure that I would say that there's going to be, there isn't an impact at all. But I think it just needs to be Perhaps it needs to be recognised in the report that there is that impact while we've been waiting for this change to occur. And if I might also ask at the same time, Liz, if we can get an update. I don't know whether council's had an update about where that's up to, but I'd really like to get an update at some point about where the Papakāinga rule change has got to. Thanks, Liz.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you both.
All right, everybody, if there's no other questions, we do have a resolution, a recommendation on page 409. No, that's not right. Carry
Sorry,
on.
Liz,
No.
does that mean that there might be a change made to that sentence that recognises the impact on mana whenua and iwi?
Yeah, Monty?
Thanks.
This is adjusting a threshold, right? So for every consent with an estimated value, it used to be 20,000, there was this rate. Now it's going up to 65,000. So isn't it a win?
Yeah.
The
there's no-
threshold's gone up. So it's actually a reduction in fees.
Yeah.
Am I right? Yeah.
That's how
So
I
it's-
read
So
it
it's
as
actually
well.
a win. So I don't think there is a negative effect on anyone, apart from council.
So it's not a change to the fee, Bill, it's just a change to the threshold, yeah, it has gone up to 65. Yeah, so I think it's just perhaps just how it was read. So I wasn't intending on making any changes to that. Melissa?
Can I just point out, in the resolution, the slip leads half inch is $20, but in the schedule it's 22. So can I recommend that the recommendation is amended to $22 in alignment with what's in the schedule?
This is the slip leads on page 356. There's two, these are, in the resolution.
On
Let's have a-
371 of the agenda.
Is it the
Good
first one or the
question,
second one?
is it
The
both of them?
3/8 of an
3/8
inch
and
or the
half
half an inch?
So the 3/8 inch is $20 in the schedule, and the half inch is $22 in the schedule.
Okay,
So
so it's the
that's-
second, it's the
it's the
second
second one.
slip leads.
Yes.
Okay, no, that's fine. So in the recommendation, everybody, this is on page 356 of our agenda. We've got amendment to make from $20 to $22 for the slip leads. This is the half an inch width. Is everyone happy with that? So it's just a typo in the recommendation. No, we'll just make the change. We'll make the change to 22. So as long as everyone is clear that that's what we are doing.
Just wondering why we're using inches instead of metric.
Marcus?
Is that a little correction that needs to go in?
Okay, why are we using inches instead of metric? Carl, do you want to explain that? No? Is it just the way that it's done? I don't know. All right, we're not going to debate what metric system we're using. We'll just leave it as it is for now. But if everyone's happy with that change, can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Lou's happy to move. Marcus is happy to second. All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you, everybody. Okay, now I believe we're going to, Melissa is going to probably stay where she is. And we're going to move on to page 409, our long-term plan update. Who's presenting? The duo
Me.
again from yesterday. Nice to have you both back.
Thank you. So I will take this report as read, just noting that our work is focusing on the development of the financial strategy and the budget. So happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Any queries, questions, Claire?
Yeah, thanks. Look, I'm really happy with the report and things like that, but just reflecting on the workshop yesterday, we spend a lot of time on one particular slide that was looking for, I suppose, feedback on particular points. That wasn't in the pack that we'd been given. And for slow thinking people like me, I need to be able to prepare. And so I would really appreciate if you're going to have a slide there, we're going to be asking for really specific feedback, because that's probably going to feed into work streams. We need to have that before the meeting. It needs to be part of the pack.
Yep, Claire, absolutely hear what you're saying around that. Just reminding that we had a public excluded session yesterday. So,
yeah, I wasn't saying what was the
no,
material.
you're right on track. I was just making sure you weren't about to. So, but absolutely, I think the staff will take that on board.
Yeah, thank you.
No, that's a good point. Thank you, Claire. Appreciate that. Are there any other questions on this item? No? Good. Okay. Roger, you're all good online?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Brilliant. Okay. We've got our recommendation is just to receive the report. So can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Philip's going to move and Bruce is going to second. Oh, were you scratching your eye then? No, it's okay. You can still second it. All in favour to receive the report?
Aye.
That's carried. Thank you, everyone. Okay. All righty, we'll move on to our next big chunky item, which is our district growth quarterly report. We've got Wayne and Tony moving up to the hot seats. And we're on page 412, everybody. Okay, I'll hand over to you guys. Thank you.
All right. Tēnā koutou katoa. So this is the quarterly growth report for 1 April through to 30 June. Take the report as read. It's quite an extensive report, but just highlight a few matters. Firstly, in the report, there's a package of information there relating to resource management reforms. I think you touched a little bit on that with David previously, but it's in there for you to read. Future proof, again, David sort of commented on that. The district plan changes, again, I'll take a lot of that read, but just highlighting the comment just made by Bill Harris there in terms of Papa Kāinga. We were looking to bring that back to the committee for an update this month, but PC 26 has sort of overridden that, and you've got a workshop on that, as well as the shelter belt and boundary fencing, shelter belt requirements. We do intend to bring Papa Kāinga back to you for an update in September, but noting there on page 4 of the report that the district plan team are working on completing the section 32 report for the plan change. And that work is necessary to refine the final form of the rule set. James Feeder, consultant plan, has completed the second consultation round with iwi. So we'll bring that information back to you next month. The next point I'd just like to update is the waste to energy plant. So in terms of notified resource consents, just highlighting that the final decision on the call-in is yet to be released by the minister, as it's needed to be taken to cabinet. I understood that was going to be taken to cabinet in July. So we're still waiting for that decision. If the proposal is called in, then the application, as previously discussed, will need to be re-notified with a new submission process to be undertaken. Touching on the Environment Court appeals, the appeal by NNV Jennings has been resolved by way of consent order. We'll talk a little bit more about that, I guess, at the Plan Change 25 Shelter Belts and Artificial Crop Protection Structure workshop, because that's really part of that consideration. Looking at the consents summary, just in terms of the numbers of consents that are going through, the resource consents in comparison to the previous quarter 4 with quarter 3, we're up 42 resource consents, LIMs are up 8. So yeah, slight trends upwards there. Going into the I'll just leave you to read the summary development of the growth cells. Tony's here to answer any questions you might have in that area, but the next area was the development, summary of development within the growth cells. So I mentioned that, development contributions. It's the next section. We issued 63 notices, DC notices in the quarter. We charged $6.6 million. We received $4.1 million in revenue. We have 69.3 million DCs outstanding. Tony's done a bit of comparison with the previous year in terms of charged DCs over the 22-23 period. It was 20.3 million. The last financial period, it was 30.7 million. So we've charged more than 10.4 million over the previous year. In terms of the monies received in comparison to the previous year, in 22-23 was 8.7 million received. In the 23-24 period, it was 9.5 million. Slight increase upwards of 768,000 thereof. Moving on, in terms of building work, comparisons with the previous quarter four of 23-24, 270 in the previous quarter of 23, 234 in 24, so it's a slight decline of 36 building consents. And similar if you include amendments, we're down about 114 applications in comparison to the previous quarter four. CCCs, in comparison to quarter four the previous year, down 69. Value of works, similar comparison, 16.6 million down from the previous quarter four and 23. The monitoring enforcement sections really take it as read, but I'd like a discussion at some point with the council about whether we charge for warrants of fitnesses or registrations that we find for vehicles that don't have them. At the moment, we don't. We issue warnings. We've issued 33 in the last 2 quarters. We don't issue fines. We haven't issued any tickets for when we come across vehicles without any warrants of fitness or registration. Some councils do that. I understand if the revenue does come in, it's a 50% share with the police. But at this point, I've not had approval from the council to move into that area of issuing tickets. So something to think about, and I'll bring that matter back to the council to consider at some later point in time.
Yes, Claire.
Yeah, so I'd just like some clarification. It's in relation to abandoned vehicles, because on page 428 of our agenda, that's page 17 of your report. At the top paragraph, it says that sort of issuing warnings on the basis of abandoned vehicles. So does that mean like cars left on the side of the road, someone tells you about it, it's got an expired warrant of fitness?
Yeah.
Why is that important for having it classified as abandoned? Like, I just thought no one's claimed it, so I can't just be treated. I'm not sure why that's being drawn into the argument for being able to fine people for expired warrant.
I just probably need some clarification on that one from Carl. I wouldn't have thought it was actually abandoned, but I'll check that.
Essentially, I think the wording there is intended to say that we get complaints where no warrant of fitness or registration is an integral part of the complaint. So an abandoned vehicle, for example, or a vehicle that's been outside someone's house for a long period of time with no warrant of fitness or registration is the cause of the complaint. So we do have another mechanism if a vehicle is clearly abandoned, but sometimes the complaints are simply it's unwarranted and unregistered, parked outside my house. Yeah.
So.
Okay, Philip, we'll just take, I know you've got more of your report to do, Wayne, but we'll take questions to date.
Following on from that.
Yeah.
So it's not vehicles where you're giving them an infringement for parking on the main street and you see that the warrant of fitness is due or anything like that? It's just for abandoned cars?
That's the question I think Wayne is referring to that we need to look at in the future, that if we come across that offence in routine business, whether we pursue issuing infringements for that as well as the parking offence.
So I'm going to presume, Wayne, that'll come back in a paper to us at a later stage. So it's just a heads up at this point that that's something we could be looking at while they are performing their normal duties.
Yes, that's correct. I didn't want a sort of decision on that as part of a quarterly report. I'll just sort of highlighting the matter. Just in terms of animal control, just like to point out that a prosecution is being initiated following an attack incident by a classified dangerous dog that was not muzzled and wasn't on a lead in a public area, resulted in severe injuries to another dog. The classified dangerous dog has been euthanized. The vet bills for the dog attack was in the upwards of $20,000. So it's a fairly serious attack on the dog, and one that warranted was in the realm of a prosecution, and that's been initiated. Hasn't yet got to the court proceedings yet, but I'll keep you updated. Dog registration renewals are on target with previous years, as at last Friday, 88.9% of dogs have been registered, so that's good news. Environmental Health, ALA has issued its decision on the 19th of July 24, declining the appeal by 5 stags, Pirongia upholding the DLC's decision not to renew the licence. We're not aware of any appeal being filed in the High Court against that decision. And just to highlight that Environmental Health team are making good progress on reducing the processing times for the old alcohol licence applications. 72 are pending, 60%, that's 43 are under 12 months and 29 are over 12 months. So I'm understanding we made a 10% improvement on the previous figure from last quarter. But a number of the issues are awaiting actions from the applicant. Just bring to your attention a correction to one part of the report. It was on page 22 of the actual report in the C2 area. We're advised for the Peak Muse, Brian Perry Charitable Trust Compact Development that it is not on hold due to government funding. In fact, 10 more houses are under construction at the moment due to be moved and ready by May 25, and they expect to begin next stages of construction shortly after that. So I just wanted to correct that. And then finally, just Appendix 6 really just provides year-on-year statistics and comparisons with the previous 3 years, so you can get an understanding of trends of work undertaken over that period. Other than that, just commend the recommendation to you. If there's any other questions?
Thank you, Wayne. Right, there's a lot in this report, so I'm guessing there'll be a lot of questions, but I think we'll just start at one end of the table. Mike, you start, we'll carry on around.
Thank you, through the chair. Just 2 questions. One's a request, actually. I'll start with my request. These maps, if I take page 20 of your report, page 431, and they go on and on, of all this cell growth maps, they haven't been updated for, I think, years. Is there any chance that we could actually get them updated in terms of new satellite photos, if that's what they are? And is there any way of making these things slightly clearer? Like just have a look. I mean, there might be a better standard of photo out there at the moment, but it would just be good because a lot of these are actually quite in full now, and this doesn't really paint the picture. And my second question, and I'm not sure if it's been brought up.
If I just answer that question. Just for the committee's attention, I guess, of information, I am getting the team together to have a look at the template for the quarterly report. So if there are suggestions that you might have, other suggestions for improvement of information that you wish to have, let me know, because for this new financial year, we may well have some changes to the template. And so that's a very good an example of how we can improve things. So if there are other improvements, let us know. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Wayne. And the next one is, it's been asked, I think, by Philip in the past. I think it's in Cambridge North, Groscell there. There's those sections that are locked up and behind some gates and behind the new medical centre, etc., that's going in there. Any update of, I'd just like to know why nothing's been, looks like it's happening.
So you're talking about the Cambridge Health Hub?
Yeah, just in behind there. It looks like there's a subdivision that's ready to go. It's all completed, it looks.
So they own both those land parcels, the same developer. So it's really coming online with when they want to start sort of construction of the health hub area, but also when they want to bring market. And I believe they have started to bring those sections to market
Oh, yeah.
already.
Right.
It's just palatability of the market coming in and
Gotcha.
buying. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that.
Hey, and just following on, so just on the map for Karapiro, and obviously there is a plan now to continue developing K1, but I think in terms of a suggestion for that map going forward, if we could incorporate the school in that same map, so it gives a all-encompassing view of the community, and I think the school's a big part of that. So it was just a suggestion, and very pleasing to see that that large lot is starting at some point soon. All right, we'll carry on. Philip, you were next, and then Claire.
Yep, thank you very much. Just briefly, on C3, the archaeological findings last year, I think it was. What's up? How are you getting on with that? What's the update with that?
Yep. So we've lodged the Heritage New Zealand application that has been approved now. So and we're continuing on with the works as of last week. So we're setting up the new program of time because they've still been able to do other works at the same time that's outside that extent. So we're working with them to work out a corrective program that implements that. But essentially, we've met the requirements of those conditions as well. We're teasing out one issue, which is around further discoveries and what protocol we go through for the research and investigation means. But for all intents and purposes, we have a consent for that area now, and we're working within the confines of those conditions.
And thank you. And how much is it hindering the project, you know, the overall project, C3?
So, well, we haven't had any application lodged for that remainder of that cell yet. So it hasn't hindered the application lodgement. We do have a pre-application with that developer scheduled for this month, but it hasn't hindered the remainder of the development occurring. It's simply that it's the program has been extended to suit.
Cool, thank you.
All right, Claire.
Thanks. I've got a question about the statistics and then about the government announcements about going for growth. So with the statistics, I'm looking on page 468, which is 57 of your 64-page report. It's just that there's a big increase in complaints about resource consents. Yeah, like it's jumped from 2 last quarter to 13 or something. And I just wondered, you know, why are people so many complaints about resource consent suddenly? Yeah, there are people are more aware of what should be happening, and yeah.
Is it building or reason?
So it's the quarterly statistics, Appendix 5. Yeah. At the top.
Yeah, I'm just sort of trying to track down in the body of the report in 3.4 about monitoring and enforcement regarding the types of complaints that we're receiving.
Yeah.
District plan complaints received concerned amenity values, earthworks, home occupations. And yeah, that's probably all we've got in there in relation to the nature of the complaints. I can probably find a little bit more information about that if you desire, in terms of the resource consent type complaints.
Yeah, well, I'm expecting that when we do our plan change 26 workshop, I'm going to say some stuff there about complaints as well. So I'm just sort of wanting to understand why we're getting complaints and whether or not we're moving into an area where we might get a lot more complaints as well. Yeah, but I would be quite interested because it seems out of character with the usual level. That's all. And then with the ministerial announcements from the government about, you know, going for growth and things like that, I'm looking at page 492. It's the fact sheets from the Ministry for the Environment and MHUD as well. What I'm worried about is the key changes. There's a new requirement that price indicators such as urban fringe land price differentials do not deteriorate and really ideally improve over time. So I'm just worried about that, Wayne, because council can have no control over that apart from zoning land is suitable for development, like, why is this going to be a requirement that we can maintain those price indicators at a suitable level? I just think this is going to be absolutely fraught. Don't know if you've got any comments on that?
No. Perhaps if we can leave that for the plan change 26 discussion. I don't have any comment on that. Just going actually back to your previous question, we did say that, there was just potential breaches of granting of resource consent. So people are obviously alerting us to the fact that there are concerns about the existing resource consents that are out there that are not complying with their conditions of consent. So it's just a track number that's we've number of complaints that we've actually received. So okay. I'll highlight that point about the price indicators. I don't have information on that.
Okay, thanks, Claire. Lou.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Wayne, just with T9, with the roundabout, we seem to have had a long, slow process here. How is that actually progressing, and what do you think the timeframes are with it? And, we have practice for you, Tony.
So with the passing of Alan Empson a few months ago, that did stall things in terms of land acquisition. We didn't want to press through that process and create further distress through a pretty unfortunate time for Bev. So we're still working through that process with their lawyers. There has been some additional stuff that has been rehashed, and we're trying to circumvent that. With regards to the southern landowner of T14, they've tried to dispute quite significant around the land valuation process. Given that it is post 2035, the value was needed to determine it at the rate that it is currently. Their consultant is trying to argue a different means. So we've met with the owner and his son, and we're hopeful for an outcome that gets us through the procurement stages and starting to build this thing as soon as possible. But obviously the design's 100% complete. The consenting arrangements around that will be subject to the land requirements. So we can't start that next phase until such time that the land's secure. So it's a bit of a delicate balance at the moment, given all things considered, but we are still pressing forward with that, and Andrew Don has been working quite hard and with those owners to get the right outcome and the right pricing that he can then present to council. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Any other questions around this? I just have a question around our Waikato Regional Council submission to their long-term plan. And I actually submitted in person to that, and I see the submission is in this report. I wondered if there was a reply, we had received a written reply. Can we find out if there's one that's come back?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll take that as an action. I'm not aware of anything, but I will follow up with the strategy team and report back.
All right, no, thank you. In particular, the submission, we talked about Hornwart, and I am continually get questions around Hora Domain and Keely's Reserve, where a lot of recreational users on the river get tangled in weed. And of course, previous years, we've had a death on the river, actually, in Waipuki several years ago, due to a person getting tangled in Hornwart weed. Now, Regional Council have withdrawn their funding, and I'm quite concerned around that. So I guess we had a plea in through that submission to reinstate the funding. I don't know where that's at, so I'd be quite keen to understand, what the outcome there is. So, yeah. All right, if there are no other queries around the table, we have a recommendation to receive the report on page 412. Is there someone who'd like to move that for me, please? Thank you, Bruce. And a seconder? Bill's going to second that. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried. All right, okay, everybody, that brings us to the end of our agenda for today. So we will close with a karakia, and we will break for morning tea shortly. Then we will resume some of our workshops that we've got planned for the rest of the day. So, Dale Marie, if you'd like to take over? Thanks.
Tēnā tātou i te tuatahi ka nui te mihi ki ngā kaimahi a Waipa, tēnā tātou, tēnā koutou, o tō koutou mahi i tēnei rangi. Ai, kia tau te mauri, kia tau te whakaaro, kia tau te mahi ki roto ki tēnei ruma a Waipa. Kia kaha, kia maia, kia manawa nui, kia koutou katoa, toi tū te tiriti, toi tū te mana, toi tū te whenua, tihei mauri ora.
Okay, thank you for that, everybody. We will resume back at 10:25. Oh, there you are, Roger. We can see you now. But we can't hear you. Do you want to test your microphone?
Yes,
Oh, there you are.
I
No,
am.
you're good.
I am now
You're good.
testing. I had a bit of a play around with the video during morning tea.
It's getting pretty late over there for you, isn't it? Okay, right. We have everybody back in the room. Zoe, we can press the green button, please. We're live now. Brilliant. Okay, everybody, we're just going to start with our first workshop for today, and that's the overview of the economic wellbeing strategy. We have Joy here, so welcome, Joy, and I'll hand over to you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and councillors. Thanks very much for allowing me to present to you this morning. I first came to you in March this year with an outline of the project plan and the timeline for the economic wellbeing strategy, which I'll shorten to EWS, because by the end of this presentation, if I say that all the time, I'll be really tongue-tied. So it is timely to update you all. So my magic wand, it's working. Right, okay. So I guess to set the scene for the new economic wellbeing strategy, I think it's important to outline the fact that this strategy will be a change in direction from previous economic development strategies. So it has a strong focus on economic wellbeing, recognising that for our economy to thrive and be sustainable, our other wellbeings, social, cultural and environmental, also need to be considered as part of a more holistic package. Previously, economic development strategies have focused on economic development, which I guess is more of a dollar focus. It's jobs, it's GDP, it's output, which are part of economic wellbeing, but not the one and only. So that's kind of a bit of a overarching scene setter there. So where are we at the moment? We've been building on the extensive feedback gained through Ahuaki consultation and also consultation with business groups and forums that were held earlier. And from that, we've got three key themes that have emerged. They are high quality employment growth in urban areas, rural economic growth, and tourism destinations and culture-based foundations. So these three themes will provide the guidance for the strategy, and running across all of those themes is the Māori economy. So integrating the themes with the Māori economy will ensure that in our urban centres, economic initiatives actively include Māori enterprises and consider the Māori way of doing business, which by its very nature is more inclusive and well aligned with the wellbeings. Our rural strategies will be enriched by traditional Māori knowledge and agricultural practices that together foster sustainable environmental management, and that the promotion of tourism is deeply connected with Māori culture, ensuring that our cultural tourism not only attracts visitors, but also tells the story and inspires them about the Māori way of life. During the development of the draft, at the same time, we've also been developing the Anchor Institution Framework. And elected members will recall that during the mahi for that, staff advised that the Anchor Institution Framework would run across our organisation at many levels, including economic wellbeing. And the guiding themes that you saw in the previous slide, you can see fit well with the Anchor Institution Framework: employment, social procurement, workforce development. They all contribute to high quality employment in urban areas, clustering our rural economy and tourism, and also tourism and culture-based Place-based destinations also fit well with our community assets and infrastructure, and council as a landowner. So you'll see similarities come through in the economic wellbeing strategy. So where are we at? This is the nitty-gritty. So we're using the 3 themes to guide the content of the draft, as well as the implementation plan that will accompany it. And in developing the implementation plan, we recognise that there are a lot of initiatives that will cross into other work areas, climate change, growth and planning, for example. And the comms plan is being drafted for the consultation phase, and that will include a shortened summary consultation document, recognising that economic wellbeing is sometimes a difficult subject to communicate with our community on. And so we realise that we need to make something short and punchy and simple. So what's next? Got a timetable up there, although I need to, I guess, quantify this in that this recognise that the EWS is one of the strategies that will give effect to Ahuaki. So obviously we are looking to align our consultation with the Ahuaki consultation phase. It's no good kind of putting the cart before the horse. That needs to come first. We fall out of that and we'll follow that. But it also means that we have the opportunities to take advantage of getting feedback through the Ahuaki consultation phase as well. So it's about being efficient with our resourcing and with our times. The EWS consultation is not a special consultative process, and consultation will probably be 3 to 4 weeks, and we're looking at around April 2025 coming to you for adoption. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you, Joy. I'll go to Kirsty first and then we'll head around the table.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Joy has spoken about the importance of Ahuaki, and that plan is doing what we set out to do at the very beginning, which was provide that high-level strategic direction for all of our future planning, our project and service delivery, investment and prioritisation. And we can see that now come to fruition as we're starting to then review and develop our second tier strategies, and economic wellbeing strategy being a prime example of that. So Ahuaki signals as one of the implementation actions, the development of the economic wellbeing strategy and a rural economic strategy, and now delivering. So acknowledging too that significant work has been undertaken engaging with our community in an informal way on the back of the 21-31 long-term plan. Through the early work that we've done with Ahuaki, partnering with Mana Whenua and iwi, and hearing from them their long-term aspirations for their communities. And then obviously connecting with key stakeholders and the wider community, further refined through the World Cafe process with that community group that put themselves forward and were selected in partnership with the University of Waikato. So I guess, really, I feel really excited about how we're now seeing this joined up way of working, which is what we very clearly set out to do at the beginning. I think too, just to flag in terms of timeframe, and Joy mentioned this, we're not proposing this will be a special consultative procedure. So what that means is still going out and consulting with the community, but gathering those responses and staff analysing them and putting them in recommendations to you. So we're not anticipating hearings and that process, but rather hearing from the community, recommendations from staff, and present it to elected members for decision making. So just want to be really clear around what that looks like. And that's because such comprehensive work has been undertaken through that earlier engagement, but also through the formal consultation process for Ahuaki. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks, Kirsty. Okay, Claire.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Joy. Nice to have you here. And I'm really pleased to see this. I'm just feeling like, gosh, it's taken a long time to get something going. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit frustrated that we're still likely to be doing some more consultation before we're going to see a draft. Yeah, so I'm hoping that September, October time, that you'll be able to, I mean, you're going to test your 3 themes, and I'm really happy with those themes. I think they're great. But maybe you could, are you going to do some alternatives that people say, no, definitely not that, you know, so people do know what's going to be in and what's going to be out and that kind of thing. Yeah. And then I'd just like to talk about the change over time for Te Awamutu. Yeah. So we were hoping that the Pirongia Cycleway would form part of an economic strategy. And that kind of goes back a long time, you know, and I can't even say that it was in any formal document or anything like that. But I'm sure you remember Gary Diet speaking about the strategy that was sort of opted for Cambridge was around high performance sport, and investment was put into that. And, you know, especially there was concern about the impact that the expressway might have, and, you know, making sure we've got something in the wings for that community. And that's been a great success. We didn't get the same thing happening for Te Awamutu. You know, there was the Cycleway and possibly Te Arawai as well. Yeah, and yeah, being realistic, doesn't look like, you know, what that might be, you know, for the LTP. So at the moment, the 3 themes that you've got, it doesn't suggest that Te Awamutu is going to get a focus. Yeah, so I'm really concerned about that. Yeah, and, you know, I don't know what to do about it. I don't know whether or not, because it might match one of the themes, but it's not really going to elevate it. It's not going to give it priority. Yeah. So I'm just, yeah, that's one of the things I wanted to put on the table today.
Thank you, Claire. And look, I'm going to say a few comments around that as well, because it is something I've been giving a lot of thought to. And I guess this economic strategy, this wellbeing strategy is now going to provide a platform to enable, hopefully, the catalyst that will start a lot of this. Now, for those of you that have been around the table for a long time, we spent a heck of a lot of money getting water to Te Awamutu. Okay, we built a pipe so we could enable a whole lot more wet industry and more economic growth for Te Awamutu. And I think when it's time now to capitalise on that, and I'm really keen to see that as being a real priority and an opportunity, making sure that we've got you know, we have that as a bit of a focus, because I think that we were turning away businesses because we simply couldn't accommodate their water needs. So this is, for me, a really important part of this strategy going forward. Shane is in the room as well from the Te Awamutu Chamber of Commerce, and we've had a couple of really good conversations actually around this. So yeah, I guess what Joy, Claire and I are highlighting, we're doing some of the community consultation for you in a way, but I mean, I think that's what we're hearing on the ground, and I think that there's a real need to start seeing some economic growth in Te Awamutu that's perhaps more economic around business growth. We've got some great growth around residential, of course. So those are just a couple of my thoughts anyway. Right, any other questions, comments in this space? Susan.
Yeah, look, thanks, Joy and team. I was just going to highlight that this is obviously very high level and sort of agnostic, if you like, as to location. It's very on purpose. So the issues that both you, Liz, and Claire have raised fall very readily into being encompassed in here, because it's not specifically geographically connected, if you like. So yeah, I'm confident that those will be picked up and teased out in accordance with our sort of steer. And yeah, that's a really well laid down strategy from the early 1990s, I believe. So yeah, a little bit of love over this side, certainly something that is mindful on for us all.
Bill.
Thanks, Joy. I just wanted to say, you know, kia kaha in terms of, you know, the connections with Ahuaki in regards to this one, and picking up and what Kirsty said about, that connecting through that whole process with Māori and the themes coming through in that regard. So just felt that, and as a member of Ahuaki, I also just wanted to pick up and make that comment, and it's good to see it at this table and going forward. So kia ora koutou and kia kaha.
Mike.
Through the chair, hear what you're saying, all the speakers, but economic wellbeing, economic growth, to me, talking on both sides of a district, it really goes hand in hand with residential growth. And that's largely in part to me why Cambridge is taken ahead, because it has had the advantage of massive residential growth. And now, of course, we've got some headwinds around residential growth because of infrastructure costs and debt ceilings. But so I guess that's just something to think about, Joy, because if we can get a lot more residential growth over this side, it will help all these things that we're talking about around the commercial and industrial growth also.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll just respond to that. Yeah, totally agree with your comments there, Councillor. And perhaps I guess one of the flow-on effects of increasing housing costs in Cambridge is that people then look to the next area, and it's natural that they look at Te Awamutu. I live here myself. I just love it here. To me, and I guess I love it because I'm of that age where things happen here in the evening that just resonate with me. I can hear all the kids in the street racing around the cul-de-sac that I live in. And so there's that communal sort of like everyone in the streets watching all the kids, they become my kids, I can hear people mow the lawns, which is just so great. I can actually hear sheep in the evenings, even though I live in town. And it's that sort of thing that I believe people are looking for when they're looking for where do I live, where, from an employer's point of view, when they're looking at locating a business, one of their key quandaries is, okay, where is my workforce going to come from? And if I've got to move my workforce here, can they afford to live here? Are they safe in this environment? Is there good schools? And, when they're not at work, are they going to be happy here? Is there the shops and things like that? And, they look at Cambridge, but they do look at Te Awamutu. So, and, that's where council has done the mahi already. They recognise that they need to have those other aspects of wellbeing to make sure that economic wellbeing will happen, which is, a good social atmosphere, a good community, and places where people can live. And it's also information that, came back to us in the Ahuaki feedback. It was very clear that people that feedback, they got it about economic wellbeing, because they were saying, well, we're not going to have economic wellbeing unless we've got affordable housing. And we're not going to have economic wellbeing unless we've got ways to transition our youth into work. So, that's why I feel really confident, again, as you were saying earlier, councillors, around have we got the themes right? Yes, we believe we do. And that's one thing that, we do want to really test when we go back out for our consultation. Did we hear you right the first time? Have we got these themes right? Are they the ones that are going to contribute to economic wellbeing?
And I guess too, Joy, that one of the beauties that's kind of come out of this is that working alongside the Ahuaki, a lot of those themes have really come through that process. So I think we've just got that, we've had that done right, and I feel really well tested. The themes that are coming through, but also the opportunities, not only for our two larger towns, but for the other rural towns as well, which I think there's enormous opportunities coming through. So yeah, absolutely. So Philip, did you have a question?
Just a quick
Comment? Oh, and Roger.
quick follow on from that. We are really fortunate throughout the whole district to live in an area which has got high growth for businesses and things like that, and along with being close to Hamilton and the prison and things like that. So we are really fortunate to have that. And yeah.
Roger, over to you.
Yes, I'm on. Good. Yeah, thank you. I'm really pleased to see the third theme in your strategy, and I like to think of it as perhaps the broader visitor industry. And I know that we've got a tremendous increase, as Liz has reported, in terms of events coming into the district. And I think one of the things that we really need to do is look at the visitor industry infrastructure to support the growth in that particular sector. We do have some growth in the commercial accommodation with the new hotel coming on stream in Cambridge. But we really do also need to encourage the private-based accommodation sector. I think with the major events like field days, etc., there's a lot of the visitors that are actually using Hamilton as their accommodation base, when we could grow that here in Cambridge and Te Awamutu. So yeah, very supportive of that, but would like to see some inclusion of infrastructure, visitor industry infrastructure support and development in the strategy.
Thanks, Roger. Okay, Joy, I think you've got a big thumbs up from us in terms of the direction that you're looking for today. That and very, very happy with proposed next steps as well. So I look forward to seeing, I guess, and hearing about the conversations that you do have out there in the community. And we'll see you again in a few months. All right, everyone, we'll take a 1-minute breather, and we're going to move on to our next workshop, which is our Draft Plan Change 25, Shelter Belts and Artificial Crop Protection Structures. So we will invite staff up to the table, and we will start this in a couple of minutes. So first of all, I'd like to welcome Alice to the table. I believe you're leading us through this today, and you have someone with you whom we don't know. I'll let you introduce them to us. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. With me today is Nathan. Ethan, that's a very good start. Sorry. Policy planner with who he and I are working on the plan change together.
Great. Well, welcome both to you. So great to have you here.
Thank you. So we've got a slide presentation to go through today with you. And then Nathan and I are available to answer any questions. I'm also mindful that we've only got 30 minutes, so
I'm actually quite happy to go over time. I don't want to rush this topic, so just take your time, and we'll make sure all the elected members have time to ask all the questions as well. So
very good, thank you. Okay, so during this presentation, we will be outlining the direction and draft planning provisions being proposed for the Draft Plan Change 25, which is titled Shelter Belts and Artificial Crop Protection Structures. And we also wish to gauge your level of comfort with the proposed direction and draft provisions before they are released to key stakeholders. Just for the purpose of this presentation and ease of saying, from here on in, I would prefer to refer to artificial crop protection structures as just crop protection, so just to remove some of the mouthful. Okay, the next slide is a background slide, which you can read more at your leisure. It's provided for background content and information purposes. The timeline slide is key to understand where we've come from to date. And in 2023, when the plan change topics were proposed, it was intended that at that time to reduce the setbacks, remove site coverage and impose colour controls for crop protection, and to remove species types and rely on a maintenance height of 6 metres for shelter belts. Over the past 2 months, since the topics were carved off as a standalone plan change, we have undertaken an analysis of the available information and considered what effects may arise because of the diversification in farming activities within the context of the purpose of the rural zone. The following proposed framework and the draft planning provisions we are going to talk through with you today, we feel align with those intended rule changes that as outlined in 2023. So the objectives for the plan change are to maintain rural land for farming purposes, which includes horticultural activities, to account for changing land use patterns in a manner that is consistent with national direction, and in particular the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land and the National Environmental Standard for Commercial Forestry, and to ensure adverse effects on the likes of amenity, reverse sensitivity and road user safety from shelterbouts and crop protection are appropriately avoided, remedied or mitigated. And finally, to avoid unnecessary resource consent requirements. The following sets out the proposed planning framework, being that the shelterbouts and crop protection continue to be a component of farming activities and so are permitted, and that resource consent will be required for non-compliance with performance standards or in the where these activities occur in identified special landscapes and view shaft areas. And focusing on the crop protection planning provisions being proposed, it's proposed for discussion today that crop protection are added to the definition of farming activities, as they can be an anticipated part of horticultural farming practice. That a specific definition is introduced, which clearly sets out what they are, and that definition is drafted as saying structures covered by permeable materials vertically and or horizontally, which do not impede the use of the underlying soils, excuse me, and which are used to provide wind shelter and or protection or to promote the growth of crops. An artificial crop protection structure does not include greenhouses, glass houses, or plastic-clad shade houses. And for the purpose of this definition, permeable material means material that does not impede air, sunlight, or water penetration, but that can be seen through. And then that no building coverage restrictions are to be applied. The performance standards proposed for crop protection to address visual amenity and reverse sensitivity effects are a 15-metre setback from all property boundaries, which could be reduced if the following immediately screen, the crop protection structure is immediately screened by an existing shelterbout, or the adjoining site is held in common ownership, or the adjoining landowner approval is obtained. There's proposed to control the colour of the cloth material on these structures, being dark green or black for vertical cloth and white, dark green or black for horizontal cloth, and a maximum height control of 6 metres. The following 2 photos that we have provided are examples that are in our environment at the moment that show the different coloured cloth materials. So the first photo shows 2 different coloured cloth materials that are located on Parallel Road, and the second photo is, thank you, sorry, second slide, sorry Nathan. Second slide is a orchard on McGregor Road, and that shows the white cloth material, and that is the horizontal, correct.
Yeah, are you happy to take questions as we go through? Is that easier? Okay, we'll go Monty.
Just while we're looking at the photos, could you get back to the previous slide? So the one on the left, do you anticipate that's compliant with the performance standard or not? Because that's less than 15 metres probably, and the 6 happens further into the orchards. So I don't want to put you on the spot, but just the pictures that are there for context.
Yes, so the pictures are for context in terms of what has been consented to date. So both of these pictures show a situation where a resource consent has been granted. And in terms of the present rules, the setback that is shown on the left doesn't comply, but it has obtained resource consent.
Okay, yeah, so that wouldn't comply with the performance standards, have to be another few metres to get to that 15 metre.
That is correct unless
shelter belt was planted,
that's
existing shelter belt. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Yep, Mike.
Yeah, sorry, mine actually links really well into Mike's through the chair. So the wording is on page 11 is setback 15 metres from road and internal property boundaries. Now, to me, it sort of conflicts. Like you can't really have an end. I'm just thinking of my own property, and I'd love this to stay in. But 15 metres from the road boundary is not the same as and internal property. Like I'd just be going, well, I'm going to take the road boundary because that's what you've written. Because you can't really have a both thing. I mean, that one on the left would almost fit, probably not quite, but almost fit into that statement. Well, if you took it just 15 metres from the road boundary, I mean, let's not answer it now, but just probably go back and have a look at it, because you'd probably have people like me pushing back on it, the way it's written.
I'll let Alice respond.
Certainly. Sorry, I don't have any page numbers to reference in terms of your agenda, but I'm assuming it's our memo to yourselves. And bullet point 2 under the artificial crop protection structure underlined. Yes, so that's a catch-all summary in terms of the setback is 15. But if you then go to the documentation that we've also provided in terms of the track change, there are subtleties between that 15. So yes, it is 15 metre setback, but there are exceptions that are applied for each.
Thanks for that.
Philip.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for your report. The colourings there, the green and black, how's that gone down with neighbouring landowners? What's their feedback? Have you had any feedback from them at all yet?
No, because this is part of the process in terms of sharing with you first. What we have got, however, is information provided by landowner interest groups over the last 12 months. With regards to the whole package of what artificial crop protection structures are and their thoughts on it. I'll just, in terms of that specific question, we've looked at what's out there and what the industry proposes. I can't answer directly what landowner adjoining may say at this time.
I think what we'll do is we'll let the process take its due place, and obviously there's a lot of stakeholder engagement to come. Claire.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to sort of give some commentary around that internal boundary, the setback of 15 metres, because I assumed that was to protect the interests of neighbours, really, that's the issue. I mean, it's not just the road boundary, you know, there are impacts with neighbours as well, but appreciate that there will be nuances and sort of more detail. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to getting the process underway to, get some good feedback from the community.
Thanks, Claire. Okay, Alice, we'll let you carry on.
Carry on. Thank you. So we're moving on to shout about planning provisions now. So with regards to shout abouts, what we're proposing is that shout abouts are listed in the rural zone as a permitted activity. And that also there is a resource consent requirement for shout abouts in the rural zone if they are to be removed, and that let me rephrase that. The resource consent is required for the removal of a shout about that screens an existing crop protection structure. And there's already a definition for shout about in the district plan, and we are not proposing to modify that at all. To address the visual amenity, road user safety and reverse sensitivity effects, the following performance standards are proposed. No shoutabout shall shade an existing dwelling or a paved public road between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. on the shortest day of the year. Restricted site visibility from any, so no shoutabout shall restrict site visibility from any vehicle access, road intersection or railway crossing. No shoutabout shall be closer than 30 metres from a boundary with an urban area or a marae development zone, or be within 10 metres of an overhead power or telephone line. There is a minimum 4 metre setback from all internal site boundaries unless the adjoining site is held in common ownership or the adjoining landowner approval is obtained, or that there is an easement registered providing right of access to maintain the shoutabout, or it is demonstrated that the shoutabout at its mature height can be maintained from within the boundaries of the site. Shoutabouts are to be maintained by the owners so that no vegetation extended over property boundaries, no vegetation extends over property boundaries or roads, and any vegetation that falls onto adjoining sites is removed. We then have another slide showing some examples of shoutabouts that Nathan and I have taken as part of our prepping for this. And the photo on the left is at the intersection with McGregor Road, and that shows the shading that is potential to, has the potential, does occur, it doesn't have a potential, it does occur, sorry, with shoutabout of certain heights. And then the other one is an example, and where is that one taken, Nathan? Kakapuka Road. And that shows the shoutabout and then how it will screens the actual crop protection structure from the road. With regards to consultation, the stakeholder engagement process ensures interested parties are informed and can provide input at this stage when preparing the plan change documentation. It is also helpful for us to ensure that relevant views and feedback can be considered before the formal notification process commences. So finally, the next steps proposing is that unless there are any changes as a result of today's workshop, it is intended that the package of information as already provided to you will be circulated to these key stakeholders. The list is on the slide, sorry. And it is anticipated that the stakeholder engagement will be undertaken over the next 4-week period. And following that, the planning documents will be updated and brought back to you before finalising for notification purposes. Happy to take further questions.
Thank you, Alice. Thank you, Nathan. Look, it's probably fair to say that there's strong interest in this particular plan change, and I think we've made absolutely the right decision in now moving it out of PC 30 and part of 25. So one quick question, and then we'll start going around the table. Given the strong interest, I'm looking at the stakeholder groups. I'm just not too sure if it's clear and or if there's enough clarity that the rural landowner interest groups can be adjoining, I guess, owners, rural landowners to existing, to existing structures and things now. I'm not too sure where the general public kind of sits as a stakeholder. And I think we just need a little bit more clarity around how we will engage with all people that have an interest in this. Is it through public meetings, or is it one-on-one? Like how will the general public be able to engage with us on this particular subject? And a lot of, like I say, specifically adjoining rural landowners as well, how will they engage?
Well, at this stage, the focus, we're talking with comms to prepare a comms plan before we go out to do stakeholder engagement. However, at this stage, we have been contacted by particular interest groups that on both sides of the argument. And so the intent was to initially talk with them through sending out the information and receiving back feedback with regards to, are we on the right track? Now that because we have looked at the arguments on both sides in terms of what are the effects and what are the issues. As I said, I'm working with our comms to set up a comms plan with regards to anything further. And in addition to the landowner groups, the industry groups, Hort New Zealand, and plus Federated Farmers, for instance. So trying to cast the net wide at an initial stage of the people that we know are specifically interested in this topic. And then following that feedback, we would then take guidance from comms.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the opportunity is there for a wide range of people that may not have shown their hand at this point or haven't shown an interest. I think there's strong interest out there generally. So just keep that in mind perhaps while the comms plan is being developed. Okay, we'll head around the table. I think, Roger, you had your hand up first. Yeah, just what I just said. So Roger first, and then we'll head to Claire.
Good, thank you very much. Yes, certainly support the fact that this is given its own level of importance by being a separate plan change. I really support Liz's comments there. A little bit concerned that the emphasis appears to be on organised groups and there doesn't seem to be, as you've mentioned, the opportunity for individuals, particularly adjacent landowners, to have feedback at this particular initial phase. I do have a question. If, after all the consultation, the provisions are established, will those provisions apply to existing properties that have crop protection and shelter belts installed that actually don't meet the terms of these provisions?
I'll let Alice answer that, but the usual stance in this space is that you've got existing use rights. But Alice, you are the expert on this.
There is a degree of existing use rights, depending if the existing structures have been established under the correct rules of the district plan as they stand at the moment. Some of the rules there, we are proposing that there'd be a date. So for instance, shelter belts, because there are new controls over shelter belts, and shelter belts are used for more than just for the screening of crop protection structures. The dairying industry has shelter belts, other different horticultural activities and other rural activities, plus lifestylers, for instance, all may have a shelter belt. So there are some proposal, like in terms of at notification, there's a set date or at decision period. Some of these rules will kick in after that period of time. But in terms of existing, we would have to talk with our enforcement team to see what's happening in that space at this point in time, and go from there.
I think whatever the outcome of that discussion that you have, I think you need to make that public as part of the considerations for consultation of these provisions, because the feedback that I'm getting from certain adjacent landowners is that some properties have installed crop protection and shelter belts that actually do not meet current guidelines. So they would be interested to see that those are actually brought into line.
Thank you, Roger. That was an excellent question. Claire.
Thanks. And I'm pleased, Liz, that you raised the point about making sure that we get wide coverage with our community and people that are living in the rural zone, not just those interested in crop protection. I've got two questions. One was that earlier Wayne said that he would be happy to share with us the outcomes of the mediation between an appeal to do with a crop structure resource consent that's had an impacted neighbour. I'd be interested in hearing that. And the second issue I have is the treatment of, was it sort of those view shafts and, those landscapes, the protection of that, because I think the main tool looks like if you're 400 metres from a road, that's what you've got to be worrying about. Whereas, you can see across a landscape for a lot longer than that. I mean, I walked to the bush line on Mount Pirongia up O'Shea Road on Sunday, and I could look across most of the district, and I saw quite interesting white crop structures. And so I was interested to know why that performance standard had been chosen, whether or not we've got other options. Because I have my doubts whether it's going to be very effective. I mean, it is precious to me. I'm sure it's valued by a lot of people, but I appreciate that people growing crops also want to be able to, do their thing as well. So those are my things.
So Claire, look, that raises an important point, and one of which I share with you, and I guess this is why Wendy has come to the table. So I guess and it's been widely publicised that there's been an issue already that has ended up in mediation. I'm quite interested to know what precedents have come out of that, because obviously they've come to an arrangement. Possibly not everyone's happy, but an arrangement has been concluded to. So, have you got some insight on that particular case, Wendy, that might be helpful to this plan change?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for letting me join the table. So I will only comment on the mediation process. I was involved. It was when I first started. The mediation was very particular to the rural residential property, which was surrounded on three sides by some existing shelter belts, some existing structures, and some proposed. And it came down to a very, very, very particular negotiation on what one particular boundary treatment would look like. And so it actually went further from my recollection than what these provisions would do. So it came down to, at the moment, our existing provisions were less enabling than what Alice is proposing. So therefore the negotiation point was low. So therefore to get to what was acceptable for both parties, it was a lot of to and froing to get to a medium point. So it was about both what the shelter belt was made out of in terms of species. It was talking about at what point the shelter would reach a point that it's screened, and therefore at what point the shelter structure, crop structure could be installed behind. So it was very particular. So I'll let Alice answer the rest, but hopefully that answers your question, Claire.
Yeah, I think there will be some great learnings though, that I'm sure that, will help facilitate and, this process as well. Bruce.
Oh, sorry. The performance standards at the moment, 30 metres from urban areas and Marai developments. Could that be changed to, and it could affect what you've just said, around a rural residential property that they moved out for amenity values. They love that. Then this comes along. Could that same standard be applied to residential housing units in the rural areas, like a 30 metre setback just around the house?
I think it would be problematic to do so, because if they've moved out into the rural zone, they're not a rural residentially zoned piece of land. They're a house in a rural zone. And if you're taking 30 metres off, that's 30 metres within the rural property, that you're losing the rural productivity potential of that land.
Yeah, where I come in Nahanapuru Road, there are two examples of that. The landowners moved out there, and there was beautiful oak trees, number one, removed for a kiwi fruit orchard. So that's not my problem. It was consented to, that
the land was cleared out. But these two houses now look 15 metres into shelter blights. They didn't move out there for that reason.
It would, through the chair, just to be pointed out, obviously, that personal amenity isn't a consideration under the RMA that we can look at. So Alice's provisions obviously are looking at the shadowing effects and have those requirements into the provisions.
Anyway, look, there are lots of issues and a big process for us to obviously proceed with. But most importantly, right now is that we've started. So, Alice, did you have any closing comments, or Dalmarie and Monty, you've got some comments? So, yeah.
Tēnā koe, through the chair. Tēnā kōrua. Thank you for coming to us today with all the mahi that you've done. There's just 2 points from me. Māori cemeteries, they're very rural. And so I'm just wondering whether we can include that with the marae development zone, because many of them actually are very, I'm just thinking about some of them that where they sit, that 30 metre, I think needs to have a discussion. And just on your, on the next steps presentation slide, mana whenua and a stakeholder, they're a partner, just to make sure I put that in the line here and make sure that's recorded today. So, tēnā koe.
Thank you. Yes, through the chair, we definitely understand that. Again, it's a catch-all because statutory bodies are also not stakeholders, but they've dealt with differently.
Okay, thank you. We'll go Monty and then Lou.
Thanks, Liz. Look, I thought this was really good, okay, and I really welcome it. There's a lot of change happening in our rural environment, and this is timely to be doing this. And when I read your performance standards, I thought they seemed about right, and I'm really keen for this to go out for consultation like that, because if there's a degree of fine tuning that people can bring to us who have lived beside these things, they'll have a really good sense of it. So yeah, this worked for me. I thought it was really good. Just 2 points. The key stakeholder bit that Liz started off with, I'm very keen that this is that everyone in the rural zone gets the ability to comment on this. I think we got in trouble with Cambridge Connections by going too far down the track with stakeholder groups before we went public. The lesson to be learnt from that is that your public, your number one stakeholder group, so they've got to be there from the ground floor for me. And second, I just wanted to make the comment that our pastoral rural environment is already a really heavily modified environment from its natural state, and change in the rural zone is natural. And as a rural councillor and a rural person, I always want us to be enabling this with appropriate controls, and I think that's what you've hit. We have to enable change. We have to enable best value use of our, really high value land, and we don't want to get our farmers stuck in these old-fashioned paradigms just by outdated planning rules. So, really good starting point. Really keen for this to be consulted, and keen to hear from people who have specific experience that maybe we've missed. So, thank you.
Thanks, Monty. Lou.
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree with Councillor Montgomery and what you were saying, Mike. The one thing that I just didn't see in this actual address was shelter belts themselves. Having lived next to a property that had shelter belts, the control of them is vital, and keeping them trimmed and regularly and enhanced so that they don't transverse above the 6 metres. It said 6 metres at one stage there, but there should be something in there perhaps to ensure that they are maintained. Particularly, I just look at the one you had here in an example on McGregor Road, where it does shade the road, and in winter months that can cause and did in my own, on a corner, actually it was on a corner, and it created a number of accidents over time where roads were slippery or ice or frost remained in that position for quite a period of time. I just looked at that one. It's definitely not back very far from the road, is it?
No, through the chair. There are those situations all through, I'd say, the district, because there are established shelter belts. That is a good example in terms of how shadow can throw. But in terms of provisions, the set of changed copy of the provisions that we have included with your pack of information sets out the full proposed standard for shelter belts. And as I briefly said through the presentation, we're proposing to introduce a shading control so that a shelter belt is not to be able to shade either a dwelling or a road between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. on the shortest day of the year. And that is also the requirement under the National Environmental Standard for commercial forestry. So we're taking our guidance from there. So that would mean that depending on the height of that shelter belt, they would have to work out how far away that they could go before that shelter belt at the height that they're proposing to maintain it at would shadow or not. We've also proposing to have a maintenance requirements for owners as well, so that there is presently the rule for shelter belts is anchored into tree planting, and that rule looks at a species type and what that species is anticipated to have at maturity, of what height it will be, I should say, at maturity. As Wendy has just outlined, the species became an issue with that environmental court case in terms of what species, and although it might say, you know, it will grow until 6 metres, it might grow greater, and then what would our controls be? So it is proposed that shelter belts don't have a maximum height or a species, I don't have a species type rule structure, but have these controls with regards to how far they can be in terms of the effects that they may cause.
All right. I was just going to move on to next steps if everyone's happy and no other comments. Alice.
I'm sorry, I don't think we fully answered Councillor St Pierre's question with regards to significant special landscapes.
Yep. Let's do that.
I could just quickly run through that. So what is being proposed is that presently under our district plan, within areas that are identified in the district plan as significant landscapes, wrong word, special landscapes or view shafts, that artificial crop protection structures are a restricted discretionary activity. And also introducing a colour control as well. So still the same colour controls, green and black for vertical and white, green and black for horizontal. But if they don't meet those colour controls, it would be a discretionary activity, whereas in the rest of the rural area, it would be a restricted discretionary activity. Presently in the district plan, there are controls for artificial screens, which are the vertical screens. Those now will fall into being within the definition of artificial crop protection structures. And so where artificial screens do occur in the landscape and view shafts section of the plan, we've replaced that with artificial crop protection structures.
Yep.
Thanks for that. I didn't appreciate it would be a restricted discretionary activity. I think the green and the black might be okay. The white's the one that stands out. Yeah, when you're looking across the landscape. Yeah. So.
All right. Okay. Hey, look, in terms of next steps, I'm just going back to the previous report that we had, Alice, around action. So we're now about to head out with our engagement with stakeholder groups and general public. What's your time frame around that, and when will we see a sort of plan around that as well?
I'll take my guidance from comms at this point in time with regards to how we then share our comms plan with the elected members. I'm new, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit still, I'm going to use the flag. I'm new, don't understand that process at this time. But what we intend to do is now we'll be talking to comms with regards to probably looking at the manner following our key stakeholder engagement. But the process that we've mapped out to date is that once a 4-week period of a stakeholder engagement has occurred, we will then repackage the information that we've gained from that work. And I've timetabled a work to come back to you through a workshop before it's formalised into the final documentation to go out for iwi authority review, and then to come back to formal council committee for notification purposes.
Okay, fantastic. So is that 4-week stakeholder group, is that, I guess, consultation, is that likely to be soon?
I'm hoping so.
Okay, so we're talking the next couple of months. Okay. Now, I was just trying to see if those timelines had changed too much from what we've done previously had. Yeah.
They probably have moved slightly from our June report when we came to you in June.
Yep.
And they might slightly move again once we have anchored our comms plan.
Okay. Hey, I guess given that I know a number of you have had a lot of calls, a lot of emails around this particular subject. So if we can have an updated action plan of when that consultation with stakeholders starts and when that 4-week period is, also a draft comms plan so that we can provide some feedback. And obviously there's still a very big notification date, so a really big general consultation before anything gets set in concrete. So I just want to make that really clear. At the moment it was set down for October, would be the notification date of that plan change, but that's likely to be pushed out, is what I'm hearing. So long as it doesn't fall over the Christmas holidays. So yeah, obviously we want to avoid that. But yeah, if we can get an update of that so that our communities are very aware of when they need to, when they need to submit by. Yeah, Mike.
Thanks, Liz. And just to go on to yours and Monty's comments, just in that plan specifically, how you're going to address those questions around engaging the rural community, whether that's through our rates database or whatever. I'd just really like to know that. And the other thing is, and this just a quick question, has the community board rural tours already happened?
Yes.
Oh.
Unfortunately, yes. Okay, right. If there's no other questions or comments, we will draw that to a close. Everyone's happy? Fantastic. Thank you, everyone.
Good. Thank you.
All right, let's just take literally a 2 or 3 minute breather, and we'll let the team get ready. The PC 26 residential zone intensification. What we're going to do is we're going to start this workshop. We will break for lunch around 12:30 and then carry on in the afternoon. But 2 or 3 minutes now, everybody. Okay, everybody, I think we have all returned. So look, we are going to obviously another very meaty subject, PC 26, our residential zone intensification. As I mentioned, we will make a start on this and around 12:30 or somewhere when it's obvious, we'll take a break for lunch and then we'll carry on after lunch as well. So look, welcome, well, Wendy, you've already been here. Welcome, Peter, to the table. And we have Wendy as well, sorry. So look, great, we've got two Wendy's. This is going to get confusing. I'll hand over to you guys. Thanks.
Perhaps if I just start. No, thank you. Look, this matter's been going on for quite some time, as you're aware, in terms of this plan change. It's a mandated plan change by the government. We need to be very clear about those requirements that are mandatory requirements and those that you're able to actually make discretionary considerations on. The timeframes are pretty tight. That the team will just traverse the issues of the process that we've gone down and the extension that we sought from the government in terms of making decisions. Of course, we only have to the end of this month to actually make those decisions. So the team are looking for guidance from you today to inform an extraordinary council meeting that's been scheduled in the week Monday. So to get the decisions out by the end of August. So I'd just like to acknowledge Wendy Embling from Tompkins Wake here to provide the legal assistance on this matter for you. And I've just handed over the team who've considered and absorbed the independent hearing panel's recommendations, which has been quite considerable. So there's a lot of work and effort that's gone into this matter, and the team have got a presentation to go through. So pass it on to the team.
Thanks, Wayne. Thank you very much, Chair. So yeah, as Wayne's introduced, this is Wendy Embling, Senior Associate from Tompkins Wake, who has been involved since the start. Peter and I obviously started in September and kind of at the end of the process, so to speak. So we've relied a lot on Wendy. Presentation today, you might be able to see in the very final detail there, it's version 20. So there's been a lot of hard work gone into this, driven by Peter, but also with a lot of input from other experts who have joined us today. I can't think of a good one-liner, but I will leave it to you. Obviously, we have Peter, Pan, and two Wendy's, but I'll leave it there. Oh, how do I do it? Oh, no, I've gone back too far. Oh, all right. So we'll run through today just quickly the purpose of why we're here, where we've come from to get here, the RMA process that has been leaked to us in terms of reform, what the recommendations are, so the actual grunty bit, what the risks are. So there are quite a few risks associated with this plan change, some avoidable, some not, and then what we're doing next. So we will try and kind of go through as quickly as we can where we can, but please pause us after each slide for questions. We will be quite brutal with you if we think another slide is going to answer it. So keep it in mind, and if we haven't, like we promised, please come back to us. But yeah, we're just aware that this is a big chunky topic. We've got 2 hours, we'll try and keep to it. So the purpose, obviously, we've got the independent hearing panel recommendations, their glorious 300-pager, and the implications of what that means to our waipa. So we've obviously here to provide advice about the process. It is different to a normal plan change process because of the legislative mandate that's been given, and it's what therefore we have to do as the next steps. We would really like an understanding, a clear understanding of Council's position prior to bringing the recommendations with our accept reject proposal. But please keep in mind that we have until Friday to get that report through processes before coming back for our council meeting. So the report is pretty much drafted, so your guidance on whether or not we're in the right direction would be appreciated. So just to recap, so this was publicly notified back in August 2022. A lot of the component of this plan change actually started in an earlier plan change, so it's been going on even longer than this. So the hearings completed September 2023, just before Peter and I arrived. We received the recommendations on the 15th of March, just in the nick of time for what we were supposed to achieve in terms of the mandated timeframe of 20th of March of this year, when we were supposed to notify the decisions on those recommendations. We, at that point, obviously, as you recall, requested an extension to the minister, asking for another year because of the implications it has on our timeframes and the release of what optionality would be. We were shot down in flames as we anticipated and given until the 30th of August to notify the decision. So very short amount of time left. So you may recall on the 4th of July, the Housing and Resource Management Act Reform Minister, Chris Bishop, unveiled what stage 1 of their Going for Housing Growth policy would look like, and that covered optionality. So the interesting part of this speech is that they shared a heap of fact sheets at the same time, which went into quite a lot of detail in terms of council processes, for example. But that is what may come from the future legislation, because obviously, to be clear, the reform process is still required to change the existing legislation which directs councils. So that is essentially a wish list, and it might all not be able to be achieved in their draft, let alone go through the bill process and what will come out. So at the moment, there is no legal ability for decisions on PC26 to be delayed past the 30th of August. Do nothing is an unlawful option, and one we really are going to try and advise against as strongly as we can. Requesting a further extension from the minister is also an option, but unlikely to be supported. We've seen some pretty, ours, was a pretty grey area request. We've seen some legitimate requests by other councils be shot down as well. So we're, not sure that's worth it. So it's clear to us from what the speech indicated in terms of the next stage of RMA reform would look like, will require that we must make a decision on Plan Change 26. Then once the legislation comes into Act, which is anticipated mid-2025, we would then come back to you to see, well, are you liking MDRS? Do you want to keep it? If that vote comes out and says we would like to remove it or alter it, then we will need a new plan change, which also will have to include housing growth targets, intensification changes to the MPS on urban development, and mixed use provisions, as well as some changes to our housing business capacity assessment. That plan change, even if we choose to keep MDRS, will still need to happen. We are awaiting details about the timeframes and processes around what this all looks like, because it's unclear at the moment whether the district plan review can actually be utilised or whether a standalone plan change of PC26 stature will be required. Fun and games. Does anyone have any questions actually before I move past that? Because it is quite a... Oh, perfect. So I'll now hand over to Peter to go through some actual detail.
Right. So the context of this plan changes, we've become to understand it, is that from the density perspective and the outcomes that come from it, that council is generally accepting of those, just because of they address growth and housing affordability issues that we're facing at the minute. And that the principal concerns relate to the built form outcomes that are likely to arise from this and from the mandatory requirements that accompany MDRS, which are inflexible to a degree and certainly not optional. The mandatory requirements of the law as they stand at the moment just haven't always been well explained. So there's been the 3 up, 3 by 3 explained, three houses as of right, up to 3 stories high. But there's quite a number of other mandatory requirements that are associated with the plan change as well. So they're relating specifically to built form, and in the next slide we'll go into those in a wee bit more detail. But there's also the mandatory requirement that subdivision associated with development arising from this is a controlled activity. And as a controlled activity, consent cannot be declined, and we can only impose conditions in relation to specific matters of control. It has also been mandated that there's a fair amount of preclusion of notification, meaning that it's quite likely that in a lot of instances there will not be the ability for neighbours to be involved in processes, and that the first thing that they see might be the diggers arriving on site. So this diagram shows you some of the mandatory built form requirements that will come down. They sort of form the development envelope, if you like. If a building can be designed and constructed to be within certain parameters, then that is what can establish on a site. In this instance, you know, the mandatory requirements are saying 1.5 metre front yard setback, a 1 metre setback from side and rear boundaries, maximum height of 11 metres, height in relation to boundary controls of 4 metres plus 60 degrees. So in this instance, when you're a metre away from a boundary in compliance with that height in relation to boundary control, your building or wall that you face can be 5.7 metres high. That you only need to go 4 metres into your site before you hit the maximum height of 11 metres. So it is quite an imposing building structure, quite close to the boundary. And we also have site coverage requirements of 50%. There are, for those sort of outline what the law says, and the law also provides opportunity for those standards to be varied, and they're things that come out to be called qualifying matters. And our Plan Change 26 does include quite a number of qualifying matters, which are expressed in terms of overlays mainly, which we'll get into more depth in the following slides. So there are parts of Plan Change 26 that are departing from the mandatory requirements of the RMA.
All right, we'll just take a question from Roger online.
Yeah, thanks, Liz. Yeah, from the diagram, from the diagram that you've got there and the previous slide and your commentary, that previously we've known this as the 3x3, which we thought was to be a maximum. On the diagram that you've got there, you've actually got a 5, which looks like 5x2. And yet, if you look at the overall site layout, it would be possible, in fact, to have a 5x3 on there. So how many units, is there a definition on how many units you're allowed on that particular type of site, given those mandatory standards?
Yep.
So could somebody put on a 5x3, for instance?
Yep, so as of right, meaning no resource consent required under our rules, in most areas of Kiki, Te Awamutu and Cambridge, you'd be looking at 2 dwellings as of right. That is regardless of the number of bedrooms that that dwelling might contain. But you could apply for resource consent for a restricted discretionary activity to establish more units. In this instance, what's shown on there would require a resource consent, but it would also comply with all of the permitted activity development controls for buildings. So in this instance, if they wanted to achieve that, a developer wanted to achieve that, that could be done without the ability for that application to be notified.
And I think that's a really important point, and one that Claire and I have been talking about, that this is almost set setting precedents because we have approved this already. So just something to be aware of.
Thanks.
And Lou, question for you?
Just quickly, Peter, in this design, does this take into consideration that they've wiped out balconies currently and permeable surfaces and all these things that we have to consider as resource commissioners? That's the thing that I was interested. You say it's covering 50%, or how much of that is impermeable surface? And as I say, does it have to comply with any of our local plan or regional plan?
So what we've created as part of Plan Change 26 is that we've got a whole new zone.
Yes,
which is medium density residential zone, it's called, and that covers every part of our existing residential zone except for Karapiro. Okay. Yes, there are rules and standards about impermeable surfaces, landscape areas, those sorts of things. These are all things that need to be complied with in designing a development. This particular one that's shown on the screen was designed to show absolute compliance with the requirements.
Thank you. Sorry, I just was looking at it.
Through the chair, I might just add to that, Lou, and that's just the, sorry, Councillor Brown, the removal of balconies and the changes, other changes, for example, talked about permeable surfaces through the granny flat legislation talk, that's all still in discussion only. So that's still both at either consultation or at that speech from Honourable Bishop.
Sorry. Thank you.
Just, Peter, I just wonder if you can comment on, because these are the mandatory standards. So these bulk location standards are a lot more permissive than our current district plan provisions. You know, we don't have front yards of 1.5. We have much larger front yards. For example, our height limits are, you know, different. Our angles are less acute. What areas are not part of the exemption? So where would these mandatory standards apply?
Well, that is something that is addressed in the slides coming up. The key areas where the mandatory standards are relaxed by qualifying matters relate to site coverage, and some of the areas where the permitted site coverage is reduced down to 40%, which it currently is now. And the other area of departure is the front yard setback. So there are in certain areas along primary roads or principal roads or state highways, for example, the front yard setback is larger than the 1.5. And there is in some areas, there are variations from the landscaping requirements as well, landscape area, which are increased from 20% to 30%.
No, that's fine. I just want you to give a sense to the council what changes the communities could expect as a result of these mandatory standards if they're not part of an exemption. That's also, perhaps we can cover that as we go through the presentation.
So we're now going to ask Wendy Embling to run through some of the more technical process of where the RMA differs from the normal plan change.
Hi, so this plan change went through because it's an intensification planning instrument, it has its own intensification streamlined planning process, or the ISPP. So most of the initial stages through notification, submissions, further submissions, hearing are actually the same as your standard Schedule 1 plan change process. Where it starts to differ is the point that we've got to now. So we have recommendations only from the hearing panel, and these slides just set out the next stages that will happen. The key difference, of course, is there are no appeals. And that's really the only streamlined part of this planning process. So what will happen now, we have the IHP recommendations report, and we're at the stage where that now needs to be considered by council. Council can accept or reject recommendations, and where it rejects a recommendation, it can suggest an alternative, and that alternative will go to the minister for decision. So you're not obliged to consult at this stage, and you can't take into account any submissions or evidence that weren't before the panel. You can seek clarification from the panel. So just on this next slide, if you do accept recommendations, then that can be publicly notified and it becomes operative immediately. There are no appeals. You can at the same time correct any minor errors. And as I've mentioned, if you reject recommendations, they will be submitted to the Minister for RMA reform for decision. He doesn't have a time frame operating. However, he has been reasonably quick within a month or two in making decisions for other councils. And once his decision is made, that also is publicly notified and becomes operative immediately. So it's actually a relatively quick process from this point.
Right, so we'll move into the recommendations. You've all seen the report of the hearings panel. It is pretty detailed. It gives a very good account of the submissions and the evidence that was presented to them. And it's quite important to note that the recommendations that they've made do not go beyond matters that were raised in submissions. And that the final version of Plan Change 26 that was promoted to them through the hearing, largely through the Staff 42A report, has largely been accepted. What we've asked for, we've got essentially. The report identifies 16 specific recommendations that arise from the hearing. They relate to a number of things, but they're all pretty minor in nature and things that don't give us express cause for concern. There is only one of those specific recommendations that goes against what was sought by council experts, and that relates to the Bank Street character cluster in Te Awamutu, where the recommendation to come through from the IHP is to delete that cluster. So the IHP report does record a number of changes that were sought by council experts throughout the hearing process. Not all of these form part of those 16 specific recommendations, but they do form part of the track change version of the plan change that was attached to their decision. And these are matters that in the next few slides we're going to go over in quite a bit of detail. The key things we're looking at are the overlays, some changes to the overlays that were brought through, character clusters, financial contributions, relocated buildings and urban design guides are the key things that we're looking to get into in the next few slides. The infrastructure constraint overlay. So this, the notified version of PC 26 essentially extended this overlay over all parts of the medium density zone in Kiki, Te Awamutu and Cambridge. The effect of the overlay is that you can have two houses or two dwellings on a property as of right. That's its key purpose is to reduce that permitted number of dwellings essentially by one. The recommendation of the panel is to delete part of that constraint overlay as it relates to properties in Cambridge surrounding the commercial zone. That was largely in response to submissions from Kāinga Ora, who were looking to establish much higher height limits and a more intense zone applying to that land. So it was a wee bit of give and take. the effect of the removal of the overlay is that on each property in that area, you could have 3 dwellings established as of right, and that there would be no requirement for any infrastructure capacity assessment to be provided as part of resource consent applications for 4 or more dwellings under those rules. We do have some quite big concerns about the removal of the overlay there. The infrastructure capacity in that area is uncertain. The ability to take infrastructure capacity into account in making decisions is a little bit more difficult, primarily because people wouldn't have had a requirement to do an infrastructure capacity assessment. And that we don't really have any long-term plan projects for infrastructure upgrades in that area. So our recommendation at this point is to reject that recommendation and to reinstate the infrastructure constraint overlay to that area, so that essentially throughout the medium density zone, it's a consistent rule set in all areas. So is there any specific discussion that people would like to have in relation to that?
Any comments from anyone? Claire?
Yeah, thanks, Peter. I was involved in some discussions with you guys before this came to the full council, and I've only read the hearings report recently, and I see that this removal of that overlay was because it was offered up by council. So while I agree totally with the reasons you give for not accepting it, because I am really concerned that development will occur there, infrastructure won't cope, and you know our residents are going to be really unhappy with not having functioning toilets or not getting decent drinking water pressure and stuff like that. But I feel that if the minister reads the report, he'd think, oh, come on, you guys, you're the ones that offered it up in response to Kāinga Ora's hardball on trying to get a high density zone there. Yeah, so it's a compromise, but yeah, I'm just not that hopeful that it'll be accepted by the minister, but I certainly support the direction that you're suggesting. Yeah.
Lou's next.
I suppose it might be a good time to bring Tony in a wee bit, maybe, because it wasn't a unanimous decision, and I think that Tony, you did have some concerns about the infrastructure capacity. Yeah, in that area.
I'll listen to that first.
Yeah, so with this area here, it is, we did challenge it, or I did, in terms of it being adopted from an infrastructure constraint overlay. So my subsequent evidence just didn't really agree. This was more an economic analysis that was undertaken. There was 3 components that they looked at. They looked at medium density around Taumuru, which wasn't justified. They looked at the portion around Leamington as well, which again, through that further analysis, wasn't justified. And then there was this area here, which again, outlining that council didn't necessarily have anything in terms of the LTP to fund that arrangement. So unless the minister can fork out some money to help implement that, I don't necessarily agree that this is the right requirement. In saying that, it's also hard to determine how much uptake they would have in this area. What's highlighted on the maps here is that you do have areas with comprehensive developments that have covenant arrangements in place that restrict certain levels of development. That's not to say that other areas may also look to adopt the same in an existing urban environment. And then the character clusters as well also have the restrictions in place. So you're left with the sort of areas in there that could potentially be planned over time if the uptake was there, but we would always be behind the back foot in terms of being able to put that infrastructure in place.
Well, just responding to that, I mean, I'm very happy then to reject the recommendation on the basis that, you know, the infrastructure engineering opinion at the time was, yeah, not supportive. And since then, we have realised the extent of our debt limitations to undertake any further short-term infrastructure upgrades. Yeah, I think that would be fine by me.
I'm comfortable with that as well. Any other,
Roger?
Thank you. Thank you, Liz. Yeah, certainly I'm comfortable with the recommendation. And I think the point that Claire raised there in terms of our capital restrictions that we have and the lack of any infrastructural development in that section in the long-term plan. But in terms of rejecting it, we need to put in an alternative. And you're suggesting, from what I'm hearing, that we would put in the same infrastructure constraint overlay that we had in the original approval. Do you think that would be accepted by the minister, or do we have to put in a different and enhanced alternative recommendation?
Through the chair, I'll answer that one if that's okay. And that's, so our alternative that we provide to the minister when we wish to reject something can be whatever we want. So in this circumstance, we think that the existing infrastructure constraint overlay that applies to the rest of the zone is applicable in this case. But it's always a risk. The minister might say, as Claire's pointed out, well, you guys suggested it. So that's why the documentation that we prepare to the minister to support our rejection needs to be very thorough as to our reasons, because otherwise they might just turn around and say, nope, override that operative immediately, and it applies.
Can we mention our capital restriction?
Yes.
Good. I think we need to.
We move on to the next.
Yep, I think we're all happy with that. No opposing views, so let's move on.
Right. Okay, so the next overlay relates to the river and gully proximity overlay. This is applies in both Cambridge and Te Awamutu, adjacent to water bodies and gully areas essentially. It was originally mapped so that it was a setback 120 metres away from the legal hydro boundary of a gully or a water body. That has been refined by the hearings panel in two ways. Firstly, they've brought the point at which you start that 120 metre measurement back from the legal boundary to the riverbank, essentially. So it pulls it back in a little bit, not much. The second bit is where properties are separated from a water body by existing form public road, that the recommendation was to take them out of the overlay altogether. By the way, the impact of the overlay is twofold. Is that if you have a site in that overlay, the permitted site coverage drops down to 40%, and your required landscape area increases to 30% from 20%. Our view of that is quite a practical and reasonable recommendation, and recommending that it be accepted.
Any other opposing views to that? There's a nice map of where.
No, agreed.
No, right, we can move on. Bill.
Well, don't know that I'm necessarily opposed to it, but I'm just wondering about the fact that we have so many changes in the riverbanks with them collapsing and yeah, how that would work. Especially the ones around here and the ones that we've changed.
In terms of collapse of them.
Yeah, and changed. Here we've changed a few of those riverbanks. So are we talking historical riverbanks like the Mangapeko and the Mangahoi?
We're talking riverbanks as they exist now. So the
our GIS staff have already amended the mappings, the maps, and taken them from the, as best as they can tell, the existing river boundaries. These maps here and following, I think. Oh no, back. Okay, so this just shows the extent of the overlay in Cambridge, as amended by the recommendations, and in Te Awamutu. The stormwater constraint overlay. So if you have a site that's within this area, again, the site coverage is restricted from restricted down to existing levels again. The purpose of that is really to have a wee bit of a control over stormwater runoff and displacement issues. And it's a wee bit of a holding position, I suppose, until we do some more detailed work in the future on hazards. The recommendation of the hearings panel is to build an exemption into the rule, and in certain circumstances to allow site coverage to be increased to 50%, where as part of a subdivision proposal, engineering design was provided to show that stormwater systems for future development have been designed with that 50% site coverage in mind. The second part of the qualification relates to if in doing your stormwater design you need a discharge consent from the regional council, then that discharge consent has been approved. Exemption does again give us a wee bit of cause for concern. You'll see in the maps in a minute that the stormwater constraint overlay applies to a significant proportion of all of the townships. The exemption, as it was talked about in the hearings, was intended to relate to greenfield subdivision sites, but the way that it's been drafted and come through, it applies to all sites. There's a little bit of concern is that sometimes there is quite a time lag between when subdivision consents are granted and when development occurs. And if part of the stormwater design response is dependent on private landowners doing certain things as part of their development, that may get missed or not picked up. And that, they will have responsibility for implementation of something that was approved sometimes, could have been sometimes a long time ago. Our recommendation in this instance is to reject that recommendation, to provide the exemption, and to seek the retention of the rules as they were originally notified by having a 40%. That allows people are still able to make application to increase the site coverage associated with the development, but it's on a site-by-site basis, case-by-case basis, through the resource consent process.
Okay, how does everyone feel about that? The staff recommendation is to reject the recommendation. We have enough problems with stormwater, don't we? Lou, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I'd just like to actually back what Peter was saying here, because if we have a look in Te Awamutu, and I've got personal knowledge of this, that the stormwater constraint overlay actually almost completely takes over a lot of what we're actually considering here. And I think we go back to the original rules and reject this. I think that's a very positive move.
Okay, no other queries? Monty?
The practical implication of the 40% or the 50%, what does it actually look like? Is it a big deal or not?
Apparently it is. So I'm talking with Wendy. Wendy's probably the best person to talk about the differences.
We did actually have evidence on that. One of the hearing panel was an engineer, and he specifically asked our witness to produce an example for an area of Cambridge, I think it was, to show what the differences are. So all of that evidence is on the webpage for Plantain 26. You can actually see the examples of what effect that would make. Having said that though, if everybody developed up to 40%, you would still have stormwater issues. but we couldn't take it below the current level. So we couldn't go beyond 40% in terms of the rule.
Does it make a lot of difference there? Because that's what it's to do with how much the building coverage area, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yes. So the sort of sites we're looking at is the difference between 40 and 50. How significant is that? Is what my question was.
On a site-by-site basis, maybe not, but cumulatively, most certainly, in terms of increased runoff.
Mm.
How are we going time-wise?
We're going good. We've got 5 more minutes if we do this slide and then we'll break for lunch.
Okay. This part of the response to the Kāinga Ora submissions regarding the town centres and the density, residential density in relation to those, came through identifying a specific commercial zone height overlay. Essentially, at the moment in the commercial zone, we've got a permitted height of 14 metres. In areas where this overlay will apply, in Cambridge and Te Awamutu, it would be to increase that permitted height by 4 metres up to 18, and in Leamington to increase it by 2 metres up to 16. All in all, beyond the current permitted height, it's not what we would view as being a significant increase, such that there would be adverse effects visually or otherwise in the commercial areas. This photograph on the wall is of building that's recently been constructed in Leamington. And it gives you an idea of the sort of heights that we're talking about. So that building at the moment, at one end, it's quite a sloping site. So you got higher one end than the other. But one part of the building does get to 15.1 metres. So that would only be 900 below what these rules are permitting in Leamington. So you're not talking a significant increase. So our recommendation there is to accept that.
Any queries around that? We might sneak in another slide before lunch then if we're going this fast.
I don't know, the next one is character clusters.
Yeah. Okay, let's stop now because I think the character clusters is something of a meatier subject. So yeah, let's break. Now we are, obviously we've got our 45-minute rule, so I'll see you back here in 45 minutes for the next part of our workshop. Okay, welcome everybody. We will continue our PC26 workshop. So I'll hand back over to you, Wendy and Peter.
I was hoping a one-liner was going to come out there, Madam Chair, but I'll hand over to Peter to continue with character. Oh, Wendy actually on character clusters.
Lost boy isn't with us anymore. He's gone.
Okay, I'm just going to give you a bit of an introduction to the character clusters in Plan Change 26. So just to remind you, we could only modify the MDRS to accommodate qualifying matters. And all of the matters of national importance in Section 6 of the RMA are automatically qualifying matters. But if we wanted to run anything else as a qualifying matter, we needed to show that there were site-specific considerations which made intensification inappropriate. And that's why, to be able to use the character clusters that were already identified in the operative plan, we needed to do a complete review of the character clusters. So that was done as part of the plan change. And you'll recall that we've brought that to you on a number of occasions. There was a comprehensive review done by Carolyn Hill. Now that review did support a number of the character clusters that were in the operative plan, and so they were continued. It made a few modifications, but it also recommended some new character clusters. And we decided that we would proceed to include those in the plan change because, of course, the effect of making character clusters a qualifying matter meant that those sites wouldn't be able to intensify to the full amount enabled by the MDRS. So we were securing those character areas for the future. Now, as I've noted in the slide, the way that the existing character clusters have been retained is by using the current character cluster rules. So you'll find the activity rules are largely the same. However, where we created new character clusters, we had to create a character cluster qualifying matter overlay. And that was because the Environment Court and since the High Court have confirmed that you can't use an intensification planning instrument to remove existing development rights. So we had to retain the current level of development rights for the new character clusters. All we did was say you can't develop to the full extent permitted by the MDRS. So that's the distinction between the existing character clusters and the new character cluster qualifying matter overlay, which unfortunately is a bit of a mouthful. There were some changes to assessment criteria made as well, but were recommended by Carolyn Hill and just makes the assessment of them work a bit more fairly for the landowners.
Question there.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, because I presume that the people that own these properties were involved in this process, so they are aware of the status of their property, you know, whether it was in an existing character building or within an existing like character street, or they're now part of this cluster that's a qualifying matter. Yeah, so as long as they're aware that, an overage, rather than getting a nasty surprise if they want to do something with their property.
Yeah, that's correct. There was a conscious decision made to consult with the newly identified sites, and they all had an opportunity to make a late submission, and many of them attended the hearing. Yes, so certainly they're aware of the changes.
Ultimately, yes, we are on, aren't we? Ultimately, the staff recommendation is just to accept what the hearings panel has concluded in relation to character clusters.
Everyone happy with that? Happy to move on? Okay.
These just show the extent.
I'll just confirm because Roger Gordon was unavailable for the rest of the session, and he confirmed via email that he was happy to accept the recommendations.
The next two slides just show the extent of the character clusters in both Cambridge and Te Awamutu. And one thing I'd just point out in relation to them is that all of the clusters that are identified there occupy both sides of the road. So that becomes quite evident. It becomes quite evident in the one cluster in Lewy Street in Te Awamutu. But it does move on to the next recommendation of the panel, which is to delete the Bank Street cluster. And you can see from the mapping there that it is quite distinctly different to the other ones in that it's not capturing development on both sides of the road. So yes, we again would be looking to recommend that the hearings panel's recommendation to delete that cluster be upheld.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I really appreciate the work that staff put in with these character clusters and character, because I think it's pretty important to our communities, and you can see how the limitations on development, right, they still have the opportunity to develop to a certain extent, but it does actually retain that look and feel along those streets, I think, by maintaining those setbacks and, you know, location of additional dwellings and things. So yeah, I want to say really appreciate it. Thank you very much for getting that. Thank you.
We can't take any credit for that. We'll pass it on to Wendy.
Okay, I'm going to speak to this element, and this is about financial contributions. So I learned a new word in the recommendations report for this section. I'm not even sure I can pronounce it correctly, but vicissitudes, being a change of circumstances or fortune, typically one that is unwelcome or unpleasant. That was their words, not mine, but it's our staff recommendation on this one is to reject the IHP recommendation. The IHP recommendation was to allow the financial contributions wording that council had put forward. So we'll get to explain that a little bit further, so bear with me. So financial contributions, just as a recap, are designed to manage the effects of unplanned development as opposed to development contributions, which look for planned growth projects. So currently we have financial contributions in our district plan for heavy vehicle impact, water services, wastewater collection, stormwater services, road corridor services, but we rarely use these due to complications associated with them. We use the heavy vehicle impact fees pretty much only. To be clear, we can't double dip for financial contributions and development contributions, which makes, in this case, the wording of it, how we end up spending it, very specific. We need to articulate that it's not a double dip project. So for residential amenities, so for the total per new dwelling, it's 3,795 per dwelling, every dwelling. So that's at permitted activity level as well. So for residential amenity of $2,070, that's only in the new residential zone. It is considered to be for effects on reduced levels of service of the provision of open spaces arising from the increased density and increased demand for open spaces, about effects on visual amenity of streetscapes arriving from densification, and increasing public spaces to offset the reduced private spaces, being outdoor living spaces or even gardens for vegetables. The Te Whaimana portion, being 1,725, would apply to the medium density residential standard as well as dwellings within the commercial zone. That is for the residential and commercial, for the effects on integrity and effectiveness of stormwater systems, discharge effects, effects of increased water abstraction, and increase in effects arising from the exercise of our water discharge consents. So we have a number of concerns. Remember that this will be applying to all permitted activities, which means that at the time of resource consent, we can discuss what it looks like, what the calculations involved in, and crucially, what discount factors look like in each case. But when it's about permitted activities, we're talking about building consent stage. So the building consent will not be released until this is sorted. We aren't charging our time for that. So our concerns, the cost of administering a building consent stage outweighs the benefit of the contributions initially. So building consent stage for permitted dwellings is the particular concerning point, because that's when the discussions will be fraught, complicated, and, as I said, not paid for. I think Tony Cootes, in the evidence at this hearing, that realistically a new staff member could need to be employed to cover some of this. So while financial contributions that we have existing are to be claimed at the subdivision stage, the wording of these financial contributions did not introduce that, so it is per dwelling, which means that as much as we would like to say, oh, an easy fix would be take it away from permitted activities, just apply it to resource consents, we then have the situation where if it's a vacant lot subdivision for 50 units, which I don't know if we've got enough brownfield space, but maybe the dwellings associated with that, if they didn't show them in the resource consent, would not apply to this, but actually the effects would be no different to any other land use consent development. So if we changed it and said, okay, well, we'll apply it to subdivisions, vacant lot subdivisions to cover that, do we charge 2 per lot? Because technically 2 dwellings would be permitted. They may never intend to build 2. So every time we think of an example, we come up with a new issue for it. What about greenfield areas? Technically, new areas associated with Cambridge, Kihiki, Te Awamutu would gain the medium density residential zone, so therefore would apply. Obviously, these areas aren't anticipated to be covered by these financial contributions, but the I swear I've got great pronunciation, but never mind. The Te Whaimaena element that would be comprehensively managed as part of the plan change, the stormwater effects would be part of what that is designed to be. So therefore, you could say, okay, 100% discount for that portion. The residential effects, well, there is no residential amenity being impacted because it's greenfield. So you could say, okay, well, that doesn't apply. But what happens within a short amount of time if they choose to infill? That infill is no different to any other infill. Is it having an adverse effect? The question marks start arising. Then when I talk about the cost of the administering of this, I'm talking about our Zara Otto, our duty planner that we have, who is absolutely amazing. She'll be asked in every phone call and email how to calculate it, because it's not particularly straightforward. She'll be argued with about why it's needed. She'll be challenged about the use of the very, unfortunately, vague discount factor. And then she'll obviously get people complaining about the invoice when they see the detail, because she also deals with the building consent component for resource consent. These at times will likely escalate and take up Quentin Budd's time, my time, Wayne's time. The list goes on. Queries and complaints are likely to also come through to building compliance team when the resource consent team refuse to allow them to issue the building consent, even though their portion is completed. The cost of the dwelling obviously wouldn't take into account the staff time, but you can quite quickly see that the costs potentially outweigh the 3,795. Plus, hearing from your constituents, I'd imagine they'd be calling you about this or finding you at the local supermarket. We have to be realistic about the likely social media backlash that could come from this and the reputational risk to council. Will we need to protect Zara's personal social media accounts as the trolls find her because her name is on all of the advice about this? We also have the key concern that we have, obviously, being the cost to the people building. Is at a time where Waipa is clearly unaffordable, and we're talking about not insubstantial amounts of additional charge to people. We will go into that in further detail in the next slide, but let's touch on a few more points. So obviously there are always solutions to things. So I don't want to just be presenting the problems, but and we obviously have a great team behind us that can put all these solutions we come up with into action. However, we are at a point where we don't think that those solutions outweigh the risks and costs to council. I should note that the 2 receiving parts of council, being community services and waters, are very happy recipients of these contributions and can point to the cause and effect of each dwelling on the level of service projects that they would need as a result. So just to be very clear, Brad and Robin are upset at my recommendation. They would like the money, please and thank you. It is assumed that over time, these financial contributions, being managing the effect of unplanned growth, would switch to development contributions in the longer term. And we wouldn't need a plan change to do that because you can't double dip. So it would just be a matter of, will we now identify and can manage where that growth, we know where it's anticipated, and we can therefore cover those projects with development contributions under that DC policy. But remember, that's the longer term plan, whereas it's the short term cost of the implementation that we're talking about. So this was a discretionary component of the legislation that mandated this entire plan change. So effectively, we introduced this voluntarily. A lot has changed since that time, and we believe, not just Peter and I, but we believe that, we don't believe that these contributions support council's kind of hopes and dreams of contributing positively to housing affordability in Waipa. We know a lot more since that time about just how unaffordable housing is here in Waipa. And obviously the next slide will show a bit more of the impact of that. So our staff recommendation has been to reject. And I just want to make clear that accept and reject options are much easier than suggesting alternatives. So the outright accept or the outright reject. Modifying or coming up with an alternative means modifying within the existing framework that we have. And so it might be that alternative forms of financial contributions work and we would support, but we can't forge that out of the material that we have in front of us. So that's why reject outright with no alternative is our recommendation. So I'll just go to the next slide to show, and then we'll take some questions. So this slide is some calculations Peter has prepared from the 24-25 year development contributions policy within each year, or each area, and then comparing to what adding this financial contribution would be. So obviously Kihikihi being the most dramatic, where their cost to building every house will go up 78%. Obviously, these costs don't show the consenting fees associated with any resource consent or building consent process. So when we're looking at the end dollar figure of what, on top of the construction costs, the consenting process costs, we're having an impact here is our view. So I'd like to open up for any questions.
2 points of clarification. So your reject recommendation is we just don't have those financial contributions. Okay. So
correct.
Yeah. So outside of these growth cells, I've asked this before, I can't remember the answer. If you were going to build another house somewhere else in Cambridge, for example, are you subject to DCs or not? Just for the building consent?
For DCs?
Yeah, for development contributions. If I want to build another house on the back of my section.
I could make up a great answer, but we're going to have Tony provide the accurate one.
Yeah, you pay a DC. Yeah.
And do we have them for every single, like the non-growth cell parts of our urban environment, although they're not in this list, we have them?
You'll see through the chair, the third line is Cambridge balance.
Oh, sorry, missed that. Yep, good one. Okay.
Maybe through the chair, I might just add that obviously in the future years when we have the district plan review, we do have the ability to review what type of financial contributions we have and would like to have. The legislation that mandated this plan change obviously introduced the ability to add new ones and add them at permitted activity levels. So there's still always the option to look again.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I really wanted to collect the financial contributions because I guess I can see the need for that work to be done in residential amenity, whether it's on the streets where those houses are going, you know, better parking and better like trees and shade and footpaths, and also the restoration work for the Waikato River, Tuturi, Waimana, you know, that kind of thing. I do support that. I can understand staff's position. I mean, I didn't think it'd be that difficult. I mean, sure, you've got other activities that you do that attract a lot of complaints and arguing and all that kind of thing. But something that I wanted to cover off is that this plan change really opens up a lot more permitted activity. Yeah. And I think that council's going to have a role in monitoring those, what's happening and resolving complaints from neighbours and stuff that, oh, this person's done this, it's not right, all that kind of thing. And that monitoring is going to have to extend over a long period of time, because these things, work themselves out, it's not always immediately that it becomes noticeable, especially around stormwater. I would actually like to see us collecting or using intensification as a way to gain funding for the role council staff will have to take in monitoring these activities. So in a way, recognising that there's another example of central government doing changes that is creating an unfunded mandate for local government, and it could be an opportunity to get some funding that's directly related to the activity that's happening. However, your arguments about making it unaffordable definitely ring true as well. It is quite a substantial amount that's extra. So I'm reluctant to just reject it without coming up with an alternative. Yeah. Now you're saying that I think what you're saying is that with the district plan review that's going to come along pretty soon, probably we're not going to see a lot of development in the short term because the market's quite quiet anyway. Give us a good chance to work out what would be a good solution. Yeah, that would probably be accepted and work well as well. Is that kind of what you're saying? Give us a bit more time and we'll come up with something that might be good. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I'm worried that we might miss the boat. I mean, I was wondering whether or not, rather than having to pay it all up front, that it would be a levy spread over, a few years or something that might soften the blow a bit, but that would also have its issues. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's me.
Some valid points in that. Claire, how does everyone else feel about this? Everyone happy to, well, Claire, where did you really land? Are you going to support the staff recommendation?
I guess so, yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I was saying. I would really like to collect the financial contributions because I think there is a need, but I accept the arguments and I'm pinning my hopes on the future work that would be done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying about, not having an alternative. But yeah, if you need a steer today, then is there anyone who has an alternative view? Are we all on board with the rejecting this particular? Yeah, okay. Because I have some sympathy, for the financial contributions that they are going to be really important to collect in the future, for all the reasons that we know we're going to need them. So we'll move on if there's no other alternative view.
And could I just ask about the alternatives? Like you've thought pretty hard about it, haven't you? So, I mean, I think it's not like you're just dismissing it and it's been a cursory review that you've actually, you're pretty aware that it's a challenge across local government with this. Yeah.
We looked at the alternatives very, very closely, and every time we came up with, right, I think we could do this as an alternative that would overcome some of our administrative concerns, we came up with more loopholes and more problems, and we went round and round in circles quite a lot.
Yeah.
Because obviously we're very aware that this would be losing a form of income, which, very aware of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
We shall move on.
Right, now something less controversial, I'll take back the reins. Relocated buildings are an interesting one. So when PC 26 was notified, relocated buildings, the provisions that currently exist for the residential zone were just carried over. So yes, it's a permitted activity to relocate a building into the zone. That is subject to performance standards which say at the time of building consent, provide a building inspection report which identifies reinstatement and remedial works that are needed to be done and a cost. And people who are looking to relocate the building provide a guarantee that yes, they will do those works within 6 months of the building being relocated onto the site. Through the hearings process, Kāinga Ora in particular provided evidence that they didn't believe that that was a resource management function or effect that was being addressed, and that they believed the Building Act itself contained appropriate provisions whereby reinstatement of buildings relocated onto sites could be addressed. And that was accepted at the time, and so the recommendation brought through was that relocated buildings can stay as a permitted activity, but there are no associated provisions or performance standards with them. So there is no controls on them at all. We don't believe that the Building Act does provide the means to control the effects of relocated buildings. If you're looking to relocate a dwelling onto a site, there's only two things that trigger requirement for building consent. That is for foundation works and plumbing works. Otherwise, the building is a building. It just comes and sits on the foundations. It's connected to the plumbing. It's there. So there is very limited ability, unless you get into the realms of safety and sanitary, to actually control or seek that buildings be done up to a reasonable standard. So our recommendation in this instance would be to reject the recommendation of the IHP and to reinstate the provisions as were publicly notified. The next slide. Oh, sorry. There we go. Those are the provisions that we would look to be reinstating.
Just Roger's comment on that, since I've got his email here, he was saying that believes the existing amenity of the neighbourhood is important and would like to see that retained. So I presume he will support the staff's recommendation.
Right.
All right.
We're just about.
Yeah, everyone happy with that? Good. Okay, moving on. Urban design.
Urban design, right, we're just about there. So when you need a resource consent, it gets triggered for 3 or more dwellings. That's a restricted discretionary activity, and there are matters that we restrict our discretion to in considering whether or not consent can be granted or whether conditions can be imposed. We had some provisions that related to urban design guides, which were heavily submitted on. The recommendation of the hearings panel was that those matters that discretion was restricted to be amended to relate to consideration of urban design guides that are approved by council and included in the district plan. There are no specific urban design guides created by PC26 or in the existing plan that address the level of development that could occur. There is some assessment criteria within the matters that discretion's been restricted to that could be utilised to have an urban design focus. But ultimately, if we wanted to go down the track of having specific urban design guidance for medium density developments, we would need to commission a new plan change to incorporate those new provisions into the plan. Ultimately, our recommendation for this is to accept that recommendation And if we want to get to more specific urban design considerations further down the track, then that would be part of the district plan review as well.
Alrighty, thoughts on this one, Claire?
Yeah, so I thought that in this case, it would be really good for there to be some design guidelines and that in the district plan. You know, like we did have a talk about it, didn't we, about those design panels, didn't we, Liz?
Yes,
Yeah,
Liz has
you
been
know.
on this bandwagon
Yeah.
for a few years. Yep.
Yeah, and so, yeah, I can see that the hearing panel sort of put a lot of weight on those guidelines that were actually in the district plan. They had to be in the district plan. Yeah, they couldn't just be like an advisory or a sort of an optional thing. Yeah. And so, which was a bit different to what we talked about. Yeah. So I thought it's pretty important for us to have something like that. I think if this is going to be something that's going to be an ongoing feature of our communities now. Yeah.
Mhm.
And it does need to have a plan change, because I did remember something about a Schedule 1 process or something, but yeah, doesn't that apply to these design? Like, would that be a faster process for us to do? It'd be better just to do the plan change, yeah. Like the district plan review and have it in that or something.
Yeah, so Schedule 1 process is just the standard plan change route. So it's actually a longer process than what we've got.
Yeah, yeah. Look, I'm happy with your suggestion, Peter, that we accept this obviously recommendation, and that down the track we really start to consider urban design in our district plan through a district plan change. You know, I've always got pressure on me, particularly with Cambridge, you know, residents around urban design. And keeping the Cambridge feel and look and all that kind of thing. So that never goes away for me. So it's just something that I guess, yeah, I'm keen to advocate that we just stay on track with any changes that are coming our way, that we can do, maybe make our towns look and feel, you know, the best that we can. So I'm happy with that. Anyone got an alternative view? Everyone happy?
And just confirming, Roger was happy with the recommendation as well.
So that's the end of the recommendations portion of the presentation. The next couple of slides are high-level content from our risk analysis, which you have in the material provided for presentation. I won't go into too much detail on each one, so we can kind of skip through, but if you do have any questions, please stop me. On the first one, I will just make the comment. So obviously it's about central government oversight and the reputational damage to us as a council if we don't make a decision by the 30th of August or if no decision is made. And just to kind of point out that central government oversight, there is a provision in the RMA to date that states that the government has the ability to step in and perform the RMA functions of a council. So to me, a key risk would be that if we choose to not do anything, they could just say, you've got your recommendations, they look pretty good, done. The next one, well, I guess the next few are all about using the communication strategy that Lisa's kindly been working with us on to explain that a lot of this is not our choosing, it is not our choice, it is not what we support, but it is what it is, and trying to put forward that information to ensure that we don't get all the backlash from it. Some key ones for people on the ground who aren't following along on these press releases is the fact that first thing some people will know about development and about this plan change is when the digger turns up. Yep. Unfortunately, it's pretty hard to communicate that with people who aren't engaged in the process, but that's why we're trying to kind of spread as much information out as possible. So these are specific risks about, all right, helps if I change on that, about some of the recommendations and the provisions that would come from this plan change. We've kept them all at very high risks in the risk register. And some of the mitigation is around whether or not the recommendations through on the decision, so the recommendations that we decide on, some of that will mitigate some of them. I won't speak to each one, but please again, stop me if you have any specific questions.
Wendy, just on that number one, so that's what I was talking about right from the outset, the mandated bulk and location requirements. And it's highlighted there, the loss of daylight, sunlight, privacy for owners and occupiers, because it's much more flexible in terms of the bulk and location standards. So we don't have any mitigation because that is a mandated requirement by central government. So if people are building 1.5 metres from the front yard, you know, that's been mandated from central government. It's not something that we've come up with.
Exactly. I guess the only thing we could add is that the market still defines what people would want. And optionality of MDRS has still been spoken about of happening at some stage soon, and what that plan change to achieve optionality if the council makes the vote, the ratification vote to remove the standards. That's what we're talking about is those bulk and location. There's just a couple more there. And the last point there is just to point out that, oh gosh, hang on a minute. Sorry. The last point about being some errors that we've identified in the plan change process that Peter's picked up, they can be covered through the process to kind of correct. And then if there's anything that we didn't think we could use the correction process, then obviously leave to the minister to correct, but we think we've got them all covered. Does anyone have any questions about the risk analysis?
Just a comment, just picking on what you said really, and the minister noted it himself, I think it was around the balconies comment, that the market will actually drive this, and I think that's a key part of our narrative, that this is done to us. But ultimately, the developers, whether they're small developers or larger ones, will carry the risk of, will the market want what they actually produce? So I think that's something we need to get through to our community also.
Certainly cross our fingers.
Yeah. Hey, I'm just reiterating as well, look, this has been a fantastic presentation, and I think that these 3 pages of risks are, that they are the real risks and the questions and the anger we may or may not see from our community. So just having them in front of us now, it does help prepare us, and obviously helps with our strategy going forward as well, and how we communicate with our residents around it. So great work, really great work. All right, are there any other queries on those risks? And we're going to go to next steps, yeah.
So the next steps, just to be clear, is that we're using your guidance today to finalise the report that Peter has been working on. So we appreciate your clear and consistent commentary. Thank you. We'll be finishing that by this Friday, because obviously the council report will be coming to you for the 19th of August meeting. So that's where you will be accepting or rejecting the IHP recommendations.
Might be 5 to 5.
Where the recommendations are accepted, PC 26 will become operative. So a lot of our analysis is on making sure that where we're suggesting something be rejected and referred to the minister, either with or without alternatives, we need to make sure that what's left works. Because it becomes operative immediately and doesn't wait the couple of months for the minister's decision. So we need to make sure that there's no handling errors in the meantime. Once it becomes operative, either through the council decision or the minister's decision, we'll be monitoring to see what outcomes actually come from this, and obviously looking at a future plan change or the review program to kind of tidy up what we can, where we can, if the reform allows us to do so. Obviously, a key part of our progress going forward is the implementation of our communication strategy on letting everyone know so they don't blame us. Thank you.
And also, I think as we move through this process, any unintended consequences that might come out of this, it would be really great to have a heads up quite early on, and you'll know what they are. I'm interested, the report that Wayne brought to us earlier today on growth is that a number of developers have got their applications on hold, some of them rural, to see what the outcome of this is. So, there's a whole bunch of things that could come our way that perhaps are unintended consequences that we may not even realise yet. So I'm really keen to keep this conversation quite live and understand as you know, as they come to head, that we're kept in the loop. So.
Madam Chair, you might know know about them before we do, to be honest.
All right, well, I'll keep you in the loop if I hear any as well.
Thank you.
I'm sure that won't be the case, but you never know. All right. Okay, any other queries? Everyone happy? Great. Okay, the good news is I think that we are at the end of our day. So thank you very much for your contribution today, everybody. It's been great. And we shall see you all again next week.